Welcome to the Lost Caravan RPG.
A haven for the lost, the worn, and the wandering.
Whether you only need a place to rest your soul,
or looking for a brand new journey, we welcome you.
You are safe within our ranks, surrounded by the friends you have yet to meet.
Some of you may be new, eager to take your first steps in the shoes of a hero.
Others are veterans of a war fought through generations.
Having played dozens of characters
and rolled hundreds of dice.
Either way, we can promise you will find moments of adventure and heartbreak,
as well as moments of tears and laughter.
Countless noble tales have been spun around our campfire,
such as Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Lancer, and Locust.
We travel anywhere and everywhere,
exploring towering castles, desolate space stations, and haunted mansions.
We have a few rules if you decide to stay.
Treat each other with love, kindness, and acceptance.
We never judge on appearance, only on richness of character.
For as long as you ride with the caravan, you will never walk alone.
We work together to forge a better world for us and for every traveler after we're gone.
So, take a seat, grab a drink, and listen to our tales.
When you're ready, we'll help you tell a tale of your own.
And welcome! We are the Lost Caravan RPG. We do one-shots, we do mini-campaigns, we do long-running campaigns, we remember our speech. If it's TTRPG, we pretty much do it all. I am your disembodied voice for the evening. But don't worry, you will not hear my voice for too much longer. I just have a few announcements, and then I will pass it over to the lovely Sir Heckalot, and they'll have it from there. So, this is our third game of Wonderland Week, which we have all been very excited for. All of these wonderful DMs have been working so hard, and the first two games were so much fun. That's, yeah, I don't want to give spoilers because I am in each of the chats for each of the games, but it's so good. It's going to be so much fun. So tonight, obviously, we were playing some D&D 5th edition. I guess I could speak only for myself and say that this was my original game. This is the one that got me into tabletop gaming far too many years ago for me to mention without feeling just too old. You will notice, not tonight, but for most nights. Oh no, you will notice. You have tokens. What am I saying? The character art was made through HeroForge.com, a fantastic website where you can make hyper-customized miniature models, get them sent straight to your door. You can even paint them there on the website. They are constantly adding new features. Like recently, they added my favorite feature, the ability to hold cups. They added like wine glasses and mugs. It's amazing, groundbreaking work. They also added dynamite, they added slings, and if you're into that sort of thing, they added whips. They also added like a feminine and a masculine like electromancer outfit. It's all very cool. Highly recommend you check it out, and if you use the link there in chat, not only do you get cool stuff, but you support us in the process, and we heckin' love you for it. You will also notice a big old button underneath the stream that says Discord. That is where you can join us, where we post all of our casting calls, our schedules, our cat pictures, and where we just generally hang out and be giant nerds together. Even if you don't want to roll dice with us, we still do love hanging out with all the people that come and support our streams. So absolutely come join us, come hang out, come just nerdy with us. We were playing some Among Us last night, and I think they played Jackbox after I left.
Yeah, we played Jackbox until about 2 in the morning.
So much fun. But the July casting call is out. It is going to be our month of guest DMs almost entirely. I am running very little games, and I think the casting call was up for 2 days, and we had just about 25 applications. It was absolutely insane. So if you do want to roll some dice with us in the coming month, highly recommend that you fill it out as soon as you can. It's apparently filling up very quick. That casting call can be found both on our Twitter and in our Discord. So, yeah. Unless one of my mods is about to yell at me that I forgot something, I feel like I am safe to pass it over to the lovely Heck, and I'll get out of your hair. Take it away.
Hey, hey everybody. It's me, Sir Hecklot. You know, on a really different side of the screen as I'm usually on this channel. I can't echo what Hoop has said enough already. We have some amazing games coming up for Alice in Wonderland Week, including Call of Cthulhu, Honey Heist. We have an absolutely stacked schedule. You're not going to want to miss it. Definitely fill out the July casting call because, again, there are some amazing systems, amazing DMs that are stepping up to do this. So don't miss out. A couple housekeeping items before I introduce the cast to everybody. Since we are doing special follower and sub incentives for the entire week of Alice in Wonderland Week. At least during this stream, I have elected that each new follow will grant the table a floating advantage that they can use on any roll of their choice, as well as with each sub, it will grant them a use of mass healing word to use for the entire party. So make sure to support the channel because it also is going to support our adventurers here very shortly. But of course, I am not here alone. I am joined by a lovely group of storytellers, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves really quickly. So let's start in overlay order. Let's start with Steve. Who are you, and who are you playing?
Hi, I'm Steve. I will be playing. See if I got the title right. General Captain Admiral Sir the Lord Balfour Chester Hempfield III, Esquire.
Fantastic. Moving on over to Taylor.
Muted. Hi, I'm Taylor. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm going to be playing, oh gosh, what's my character's last name? I remember. Winsome, aka Winnie Violet, a tabaxi.
Very nice, very nice. Moving on over to Kyle.
Hey everybody, it's Shadowhawk. I will be playing Nick tonight. More on that to come.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're waiting till like character introductions. All right.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
on over to Mia.
My name is Mia. My pronouns are they, them, theirs, and I will be playing Adelie Tunneling.
Right, and last but certainly not least, we have Anna.
Yeah, I'm Anna, aka Archival Despony most places on the internet. Pronouns are she, her, and I will be playing Irenea Inathra, who is an Autumn Eladrin Bladesinger. He uses a whip. That should be fun.
There we go. I have been given an amazing group of characters. Just watching this throughout the week has been fantastic. Okay, so yes, if there are no other things, without further ado, we can set the scene. So, you all are beginning in what is called the Queendom of Clubs in not Neverland, Wonderland. Oh my gosh, I'm all over the place. Before you is a beautiful, idyllic scene with various farms and crops of mostly this golden corn, stalks of corn that reflect the sunlight in front of you. There are various colorful gardens and cottages that just entirely paint the landscape in front of you. Without too much trouble, you are able to enter the actual city itself. And again, just as bright and colorful and very cheery. As it's almost kept the darker shades of the forested areas of Wonderland at bay. So as you are walking into the castle itself, would each of you like to describe what your characters look like?
Okay, I guess we'll do it this way. So Balfour, General, Captain Admiral, Sir the Lord, Teleport to Stranfield the Third Esquire, is he's an elephant, or in D&D terms, Loxodon. Big, brightly colored uniform. Think like American Revolution around that time. Just bright red with contrasting blacks and whites. Under the long coat, he has a silvered breastplate, topped with a big admiral's hat, because of course it has to be big. Bright shiny tusks, carrying in like perfect parade stance a long musket over his shoulder. And yeah, he is marching along looking very proper and officious.
The
Love how
guards
we addressed
themselves,
the elephant in the room.
yeah, the guards kind of give you kind of a wide berth as you're actually walking through the doors. Oh, this looks very official. They stand just a little bit taller.
At ease, men, at ease! And women as well, and those of non-binary persuasion.
Hey, who is walking in next? Oh.
I would say, kind of sneaking in behind Balfour, you see Addie, who is a halfling, so is much smaller and is intentionally trying to keep to Balfour's shadow. They've got sort of like purplish, reddish hair. They've got a couple of knives and things around them, but the most important thing they carry is this foraging set they have. And as you're watching, you can see them sort of looking around at their level, just trying to find whatever like natural herbs or things that could be cooked with might be able to be added to the sack. But they're kind of intentionally not wanting to be in the spotlight.
Fair enough, fair enough. And on the way in, you probably had a couple opportunities to get some good herbs from the various gardens and farms on the way in here. A very stark contrast to all the vegetation. There's now the marbled palace itself that is very, very devoid of many spaces to hide. So Balfour is probably your best bet. All right, moving forward.
Winnie comes in. She's dressed in very like flowing clothes. She's a tabaxi, and her fur is all like purple and pink striped. She wears a ring on her hand that, if you look closely at like what the ring is, it's like a signet ring, and it has like just a smile, a very wide smile on her ring. And she's kind of looking around, and she has a very, like, proud stance, and is kind of looking at everyone a little bit condescendingly as she comes in.
Very good, very good. I mean, the guards themselves have still, like, not super relaxed, with just a bunch of new faces walking into the actual castle themselves, but they let you pass.
Yeah, I walk in as if it's, like, not even going to be a question. Just, obviously I'm gonna be able to get in here.
Next up, Inira, an autumn Maladrin, hair flipped to the one side down to the chin, shaved on the other side with a few tattoos along her scalp, and very thick, rugged adventurer's jacket with a high collar that comes up to the bottom of her jawline. Whip on one hip, walking with her face down at a book, scribbling notes and notations, not looking at pretty much anybody as she walks into this place. Doesn't hesitate or pause at the guards, just keeps walking, making notations in her book.
Very good. At this point, they've just kind of accepted that there is a very strange band of adventurers walking in.
And bringing up the rear end, dressed in a oddly out of place for this time of year, vast fur cloak. You notice that besides the fur cloak, there's just this giant axe that seems to be almost as big as the person carrying it. And they stop at the guards, and they don't bother to throw their hood back or anything like that. They just stop at the guard and they go, "Ah, Michael, well, bit different than usual, but keep up the good work." And turns to the other one and goes, "And you, Percival, really need to work on your boot shining. It's been lacking lately, and you know, I like to keep an eye on those kind of things." And then he just proceeds to walk the rest of the way in.
Yes, sir. It's like adjusting armor. Everything to look a little tidier. Well, okay. As you all make your way into the throne room, turning around after talking to various attendants is who you would expect to be the Queen of Clubs. She is a rather slight in stature woman wearing all black, bonnet over her head, very slightly keeping the vast amount of hair in kind of a tamed fashion. But doesn't even really seem to be shocked that really any of you all are here. There's only the look of concern on her face as she turns to each of you. "Oh, thank the heavens you all are here. I sent out the call but didn't know who or how many people would actually answer it. You did get the call, right? The letter."
Of course. Noble individuals such as us cannot refuse a call of duty, ma'am.
I think some of us are just here for the adventure, but what he said.
At that salute, I kind of side-eye the Loxodon and make a few more notes in my book.
Truth be told, I didn't actually get your letter, but I did get a letter from a young woman named Alice, and she said that there were some things that needed helping here. So I've come along the way.
Well, that was very kind of her. After the trial and her escape from the Queen of Hearts' troops and the land itself, things have been tumultuous at best. All the queens of the different suits are just at odds with each other at this point, and it's raising a lot of tension. I mean, the Queen of Hearts herself is still furious that this all even transpired and that she could not exact any type of revenge on Alice. Poor girl. The Queen of Diamonds is too vain to care, honestly, about any of this. Her queendom's kind of falling to ruin as a result. Queen of Spades is very jealous of it all somehow. I don't know what's going on with her. She isn't talking to anybody. And the Queen of Hearts herself, I mean, like I said, she's so furious, but I think is going on this route of trying to expand her own queendom herself at the expense of others. It's serious. This could mean horrible things for Wonderland, should we not come to some type of agreement. So I am trusting each of you, if you could, to visit each of these queens and try to get them to at least agree to talk or to stop what it is they're doing that's hurting others.
Patty sort of looks up and down the row at everybody else and just says, "Well, I've never talked to a queen before. I think that would be a lot of fun."
Well, this is, I guess, one to your list. There are 3 others.
Well, you're very kind and very gentle for a queen. You're not at all what I had pictured one would be like, so.
That means a lot. Thank you.
Yes, darling, of course we're here to help you with anything that we can, and I'm sure I can speak to some of the other queens and get things smoothed out. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding.
Certainly, I hope so too.
Yes, of course, and
Yes.
if there are any difficulties in our way, we shall break them or part them as we march nobly to our goal.
Well, I see that that Balfour got a few too many fireworks when he was younger.
Of course, fireworks. What do you think we used to distract the ravenous walruses at the Night and Day Sea when those poor innocent oysters were in danger of being eaten with a side of Tabasco sauce?
Well, that does sound quite delicious, if anybody is asking me.
The attendants are just wide-eyed in all of this.
Is there anything else that we should know about before we're speaking to all these other queens? Any particular strengths, weaknesses, secrets?
I mean, the weaknesses themselves are what they're exhibiting now. If you're asking me, the Queen of Diamonds, her vanity will probably be her fall. The Queen of Spades' jealousy is also hindering her quite a bit. And as you can see with Alice's escape, the wrath of the Queen of Hearts is not exactly helping her either.
Yes, she always was rather rash.
So are you wanting us to, like, make friends, or are we trying to take somebody out? What exactly are you wanting us to do?
I mean, I'm not hoping that it should get to too much violence or any type of assassination. That's way above me, and I'm not really sure what that would do to the rest of the queendoms. If you could just get them to agree to talk, or maybe send some type of letter agreeing that they would stop what they're doing, or just talk some sense into them, that would be incredibly helpful.
I think I lean down to Addie and I say, I know this is your first time meeting a queen, but generally the talks of assassination and things like that, that's usually not something you bring up to the royalty. Just something to think about in the future.
Winnie, I feel like you and I are going to be good friends. Thanks for letting me know.
Of course.
All queens were once princesses, so there is that.
Are there any other questions?
I suppose, which of these four queens would you reckon would be the most straightforward to convince to lay down their arms? And perhaps legs as well. We don't quite know what their wants are.
At least in terms of the journey, the Queendom of Hearts is probably closest, but of course the most tumultuous to say the least. The furthest would probably be the Queendom of Spades, but probably the least dangerous to enter. And then Queen of Diamonds. It's very laissez-faire how she also rules, so not too much to enter, but she will probably try to play some type of mind game with you.
Interesting.
Well, that I'm sure we can, or most of us at least, can handle.
Well, I don't know about the rest of them, but I feel that probably the best place to start is honestly the most difficult. It's closest, and if we can get the Queen of Hearts to acquiesce and agree, then perhaps that becomes leverage for the others.
Makes sense.
Make an excellent point. Yes.
My queen, before we depart, is there any kind of trinket of your favor or something to prove that we are sent from your kingdom that we can show to the other queens?
Yes, that's a very good idea. Here, and she basically takes off a pendant that is the insignia of a club. Is on basically a like gold round background of a pendant. That probably unmistakably probably something that came from the Queendom of Clubs itself.
Winnie's eyes like go very wide for a second, and then she takes it and like tucks it away into a pocket in her skirts, and is like, "Oh yes, this will be just the thing. Thank you so much, Your Majesty."
Of course.
But remember, we'll need that later.
Oh, of course, I wouldn't lose it.
Oh, I didn't think you would lose it. Yeah.
As long as I'm with you, you'll have access to it.
Alrighty.
He's sort of
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Addie sort of nudges at Winnie's leg and just says, "Is this the time where we get to leave now? Do we have to like wait for the queen to tell us to go, or do we just get to leave?"
I think we should wait for the queen, but it's always kind of leaving is always sort of an odd thing because you don't want to overstay your welcome, but then you also don't want to leave too early. We'll play it by ear.
Okay, and Addie just like takes one small step back and waits to see if anyone reacts, and then takes one more.
Winnie's like doing the same thing, like slightly in front of you, just like backing out.
Just slowly slinking back to see if anybody stops them.
Well, if there are no more,
sorry.
Oh, if there are no more questions, best of luck to you, adventurers.
Winnie gives a very elaborate curtsy and continues to back out of the room.
Yes, Your Majesty, we shan't fail you.
Well, at least not for lack of pluck.
Alrighty. And if you all are making your way out of the Queendom of Clubs and onto the Queendom of Hearts, it's not much of the more wild landscape of Wonderland really lies in between these two queendoms. They are very close to overlapping at this point already. As I do a little music change real fast. There we go. We're gonna move on over with the new scene, perhaps. There we go. I moved the players, but not me. I was confused. Okay. So, as you enter the Queendom of Hearts, the scene itself is backdropped by various royal banners and the sound of metal boots on cobblestone. There is a kingdom just surrounded by various armaments, a wall and a moat. As it's definitely a tone change between the more relaxed, idyllic scene that you've seen before and a more regimented, mechanical side of Wonderland. And as you get closer to the Queendom itself, you are met with a really sizable gate as guarded by a series of guards around it.
Usually come in through the front door. It's new for me.
Do you come here often?
Oh, I go every place, at least once. Rarely more than twice a year. At least once a year. but can't really say that I've been this way recently. It's the low time of year for me.
Well, you seem to know the guards back with the Queen of Clubs. Do you know the guards here? Could you talk to them for us?
Well, I can always try. I mean, there's no sense in not going that way. I'll walk up to the first guard. Hey, Marcus, it's been a while. You've cut your hair. Don't know. I liked it better when it was long. Oh, it's been a few years.
And just how do you know me, sir?
Well, I know everybody at some point in their life. Most of them, well, well, there's no point in hiding it any longer. I guess I'll just have to, it's easier when I show you than tell you. And at that point, he kind of reaches up and undoes the top of his fur cloak, and he slings it off to one side, and underneath it's very similar to something that looks almost like Balfour would wear it, very much in military precision. But whereas Balfour's is all like reds and blacks with little bits of white, Nyx is predominantly red with very little extra bits of white to it, with a little bit of green and a little bit of blue there. And as his cloak falls away and kind of rests jauntily across his shoulders, the hood falls back, revealing a just shock white head of white hair and a giant white beard. And he finally pulls out a hat and he goes, "Do you recognize me now? I know it's been a few years, but perhaps now you know me."
I do, sir. Saint Nick, it has been quite a while. What business do you have here in the Queendom of Hearts? It's what season is it? He's like leaning over to the other guards.
Well, you know, it's the middle of summer, so I have time off. It's low time. The elves are handling all the hard parts as they are wont to do, and I'm free to travel. But mostly it's that well, I'm not going to say it very loud, and leans over and whispers in his ear. I received a letter from Alice, and she said that things were a bit dire here, and that I should go see the Queen of Clubs and see what's what. So now I'm here with this group, and we're here to see your boss, and perhaps get her to come to a parley before the entire realm is brought low, as the case may be. And as you know, I've seen war a time or two. Know what it does to a nation, especially to its young. No one wants that.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. And based on your status to these guards that we have set, roll an advantage. Okay, 13. He looks to you, and there is a lot of understanding in his eyes of the Queen's actions so far and what it's meant for not just the kingdom he lives in, but the kingdoms around him. And while he looks like he genuinely wants to let you all through, there is this fear kind of hiding behind his eyes of what the consequences might be if someone that was not previously vetted and invited into the queendom might do um, for them. And he'll say, as much as I would love to help, I can't just really let you through the front door itself, but tell you what, there are a couple of secret doors just kind of around. They're still a little bit watched, but far less watched in comparison to this. Um, just be
Well,
careful. She's
now
really
you're
lost her marbles.
talking my kind of business. The shorter, sweeter way in as opposed to the long front door.
Well, all right, and he kind of resumes Sam, regimented, like professional stature that he was before, and says, "Well, we're sorry that we can't help, but I'm sure if you put in some type of uh, application or send a letter beforehand, we should be able to help."
No, I fully understand. I fully understand, and thank you for your time, and all the best. And yes, and you know, uh, keep your boots shined.
Will do, sir.
I suppose that before we investigate the hidden doors, Balfour will come up to the soldier that Nick was talking to, and just kind of claps the guy on the shoulder. Go, you did your duty, soldier. Well done.
Thank you.
These soldiers are having the weirdest fucking day.
This is an atypical day on the job.
Soldiers are just like, oh god.
They're like, what have we gotten ourselves into?
In fairness, what is a typical day in Wonderland?
Yeah,
True.
that's true. I don't think you meet Santa Claus.
And honestly, I think of the two, I think the elephant might be the more normal.
A little bit, yeah.
I forgot one of the things that I have, so I think I'll say as Winnie leaves and we're going to look for something else, she gives a flourish of her cloak, which shifts into looking like something more fitting for like the Queen of Hearts, like kingdom. Because I forgot that I have a cloak of many fashions.
That's so cool. And I'm so glad. Like, I really love to see like what magical items people choose if I just let them go wild with common or uncommon stuff. There's so much out there.
Yeah. Definitely a red cloak, and I think maybe like velvet, like red velvet cloak.
As we make our way towards...
What?
Sorry. As we make our way towards the hidden door, I lean over towards Addie. Back with the Queen, you'd be surprised how often those meetings are for assassination. If you hadn't asked, I would have.
It seems like every book that I've read talks about wanting a queen dead. That's just what I thought we were doing, and I thought this queen picked us to kill the other queens, and I just woke up wanting to bake a pie for somebody because I thought it was going to be helpful, and I just got really overwhelmed. So thank you for letting me know, because I thought it was just me.
No, it was a good question. And pies are always helpful. You have one I think the group will enjoy very much.
Do you have a favorite?
Rhubarb. That's what
Addie,
my wife always made.
Addie just looks so solemn and takes it so seriously. Just okay, and immediately just starts digging through their little foraging pouch to see what ingredients they find as they're following the rest of the group.
No, I wish more people left me pies. Pies are a wonderful thing.
I thought
Tend
you
to
liked
get left
cookies.
a lot of. I do like cookies, but I also like the the older styles too. You know, it's surprising how many fathers tell their children they're leaving me a nice stiff drink out, and then I get there and it's gone. All that's there is cookies and the carrot for the reindeer. What I wouldn't give for a nice cold brew and a haunch of meat like it used to be back in the day.
Well, have you ever asked, darling? You simply have to ask for the things you want instead of just assuming that they're going to come to you.
Oh, I've asked. In very roundabout ways, but, you know, legend and lore tends to have more of a shape than actual little quests.
Well, I'll do my best to help shape your lore a little bit to get you some nice drinks and meat. Because yes, an evening full of cookies, it sounds nice once or twice, but every year that can't be good.
Although I will say this much, I'm glad I have two eyes again.
How many did you have before?
Oh, for the longest time I only had one. I carried a spear and not an axe. Very odd times. Very odd times. It all depends on which festival you're celebrating me under. Whether it be Yule or Saturnalia. Those were both grand festivals, and then came Christmas. Not horrible. It's rather widespread, but lots of cookies and milk. And I often get confused with another person of a significantly more religious basis, who's actually born close to this time of year. Anyways, that's neither here nor there.
My
Was
curiosity.
never Wally myself.
My curiosity gets the best of me. If they used to leave you stiff drinks or cold brews, did you often make it through the night during the old days?
Oh, always, always. I mean, you don't get to be as old as I am without having your tolerances. Although I don't know if I'd be up for a all-night bender. But then again, in the old days, you know, Saturnalia and Yule, much smaller populations. I wasn't traveling the entire globe. You know, very, very specific locales. Now it's a bit of everywhere.
Flips to a different part of her book and makes more notes.
What exactly is that book, darling? You're scribbling away in it. I'd be interested to see some of your notes.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. A little bit of everything.
Have you got anything about me in there?
No. She just closes it. Puts it into the holster on her hip.
Actually remind me a very good deal of my my adopted mother. I believe she was of your, well, I don't know if your particular variety, but she was more green. I believe she was what they call a spring? Yes, spring.
Well, most of us change season to season depending on how we feel, but some of us become attached to certain seasons. I find myself often in autumn. At least recently.
Winnie is just looking at you. Like, you know when your cat's eyes, like, dilate to just, like, little slits? That's how Winnie is looking at you and your book, just so wanting to know what's in there.
I'm assuming, Dan, that we're having this conversation sort of like as we're walking toward whatever hidden gate. Is there, are there like other guards or creatures out, or are we kind of the only things in sight?
I mean, as you're walking by, you are seeing a fair amount of guards just kind of posted everywhere, whether up in towers or down on the ground. Though, if anyone would like to look for any type of secret entrance, I would like an investigation check. which it can be helped with, or I will remind you all that you have 2 floating advantages to use on any roll this session.
So,
I'm quite.
DM, could I do something a little bit silly? So Loxodons, when it comes to certain investigation perception checks, they can use smell in order to boost their chances. Could Balfour try to like sniff out a hidden door?
Just sniff the wall.
Yeah.
I actually love that.
Old tracking elephant, just like
looking for a peanut.
Yeah, you all watch as the camera pans to just the shot of like the end of Balfour's trunk, like sniffing against the wall, and eventually, is looking for the secret-y tunnel.
Okay, let's give it a shot then. Oh, that could have been better.
Could have been better, but it takes you a little bit longer to find it than you probably would have wanted. It's more avoiding other guards from seeing what you're doing as a pretty sizable Loxodon, just like sniffing around the wall. It's a little suspicious, so it just takes you a little bit longer. But eventually, the camera that was focused on the end of Balfour's trunk stopped on a particular brick that, when pressed in, a hidden series of these bricks kind of all hinges and turns in as a secret door opens the wall itself.
You Snifferton has never let me down yet.
Took you a while, though.
What was your trunk's name?
Snifferton.
Thank you.
The second.
What happened to the first one?
Oh, it's a very long story, involving a
Lost in
rather odd
baggage
game of
claim.
chess, if you can believe that.
Oh no.
Are any of the guards looking at us as we're stopping and watching the store?
Perception check.
A 13.
You don't notice any of that. You don't seem to have caught any attention going into this door and opening it. There seems to be more of a focus outward onto some of the far more distant battle lines that are out there.
Addie walks through. Addie's curious as fuck now.
Yeah, I'm walking in as well.
Same.
Righto, forward march.
You do know hidden doors are often better when we're quiet, right, Balfour?
I would invite you to look at me, the way I'm dressed, my size, and the things I make happen when I walk. Subtlety is not precisely my game, good fellow.
I want to... This is not a good idea. Balfour, how would you feel if I cast a spell on you? Is that okay or no? I won't do it if you don't want to. It's not something that's going to be terrible.
For Balfour? Or for Ned? Oh, Balfour would be fine. Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna, as you're talking, I'm going to say, one size makes you larger and the other side makes you shorter. And I'm going to cast Enlarge Reduce on Balfour and make him small.
I love it.
I imagine as you're talking, your voice just gets like a little bit smaller.
Right now, I gotta adjust that bit of voice.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm giving you homework.
Here we go. Forward march.
Loxodons are considered medium, right? They're medium creatures. Okay, so really he goes down to about like the rest of the humanoid, like medium humanoid size, just not taller. Very strange being at eye level with Balfour at this point.
Yeah, your
Especially
size
now
is
that he's
halved.
pink.
Oh yeah, should I roll wild magic also?
Go ahead and do that. Let's see anything happens.
Oh, how do I roll just a d20? Oh, I can just do it and roll 20.
Mm-hmm.
7, so we're good, but it goes
So
up
we're
to 2.
good. Nothing weird happens yet.
Nothing weird happens
Nothing
yet.
catastrophic.
Yeah, your size is halved in all dimensions. And so you're small size now. It's only for a minute though, so it's
And
just
Nick has
as we're
turned
going
to
in
pink.
here.
He's now looking up. I say, was that bit of bread always in your beard?
Yes, it's probably saving it for later.
Concealing rations. Smart move.
Well, as you all continue through the secret tunnel, not through the mountain though, but still a secret tunnel. I had to. You all eventually, it's very dark to begin with, but as you continue traveling the same way, you eventually see a light at the end of it, and as you get back to the red hues of the sky above, you are entering what looks like some type of hedge maze. There are various walls of plants and topiaries above, just kind of watching over all of it like sentinels, even though they don't have eyes or really any sensing apparatus. For some reason, you still feel watched. Poking out of the different walls of these hedges are roses, but pretty much all of them are just dripping with red paint. As there are a couple gardeners that are just like quickly trying to attend to each one as new white roses grow. No one's seemed to have seen you yet, though. You can see kind of past this hedge maze itself is the castle of the Queen of Hearts.
A maze is unfortunate, but I should be able to help us with that. And I'll move my hand, and a Luna Moth, my familiar, appears in my hand, and I will send her up in the air.
Oh, that's so cool.
And once she's up there, I will look through her senses and get an idea of the layout of this maze, if that's possible.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I will give you advantage on that because you're getting help from your familiar to navigate. I will allow either perception, investigation, or survival, whichever is higher.
Investigation by a lot.
Okay, well, there you go.
And you said advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Rolled really
okay.
bad. That's a 13.
It's all good. It's all good. And are all of you trying to do this stealthily?
With the note that we've arrived on the inside of the area and preferring to be stealthier rather than not stealthy, Nick will take a brief moment and just as they're stepping out of the tunnel into the hedge maze, he taps a badge about his neck, and suddenly a briefly gleaming suit of armor fashions itself over him.
That is certainly an impressive bit of artificing.
Haven't seen anything yet, Belvoir.
certainly would have helped me in the Momrath invasion of 76.
Yes, well, once you stop being a child, I stop bringing you things.
Oof.
Where do you think all those fireworks came from when you were younger?
Well, a lot of them came from my older brother. He was a rather disaffected sort. Like his eyeliner, his dark clothing, his welcome to the Black Parade, such things.
This is canon. This is canon in Wonderland now.
Both of you like military clothing, though, which is interesting. The older brother and Balfour.
Well, all right. If you all are proceeding through this maze stealthily, I would like some stealth checks, please.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually not too bad. 15 for Balfour.
Ooh, 20 for Addie.
Roll 20
Ooh.
really hates me tonight. That's a 7.
And Nick gets a 22 as
Oh, wow.
his armor appears to make him absolutely seem to vanish.
All right. So as you all had single file into this hedge maze because it's pretty small between the different aisles, and there are a couple of close calls where Urea, you are watching through your familiar and aren't seeing what is directly ahead for just a split second, going around a corner. But luckily, Nick stops you before a gardener passes by really quickly, just frantically painting these roses red. But yeah, you were all able to navigate the maze itself without being seen, because that average was easily good enough. And before you is the castle itself. There doesn't seem to be, at least on this side of things, too much guard presence. You can probably get in through one of the attendant doors or something like that to get through into the castle itself.
Let's make sure we don't use the gardener's entrance.
I think Winnie kind of looks at everyone and is like, so what exactly is our plan of action once we get in there? I mean, we're sneaking in. That's not going to make the queen our biggest fan, I don't think. Are we here for negotiation talking, or are we? I mean, I've noticed Nick has put on some armor. That seems to be sending a message of sorts of what we're anticipating.
Well, we were specifically told not to kill anyone. So
And this is honestly just my sneaking suit. And he taps the amulet again, and the armor just disappears.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of pomp and circumstance would be welcome to at least convince the queen that we are there as efficient as add some legitimacy to what we're doing here.
I'm just a bit concerned that with someone who's a bit of a paranoid leader right now anyway, that us coming in through the back entrance, I don't know if it'll inspire confidence.
Well, we can try going around the front as if we had gone through the gate. I'm no stranger to forts, so I probably could talk us through, or at least help someone talk us through the front door.
So the worst comes to worst, we'll just let Balfour lead the way, and oh wait, no, never mind. You don't get lost, do you? Ah, that's a shame.
Okay.
Like I said, Snefferton has never let me down.
I see the legitimacy of going around, but we also went all the way around to get to where we are. Are there doors, DM, that we can see from here?
So there are multiple attendant entrances, at least on this side of the castle. There are various gardener entrances. Looks like there are various like server entrances next to what looks like some type of like courtyard, ballroom kind of area. Doesn't look like there are too many main doors. There's like one or two that would, really just go into the castle proper.
So sorry, I thought that you had said we had to find that. I mean, there are all these doors here. I say we just pick one and do a little exploring maybe, and then if we explore our way to the main hall and pretend we came in through the front door, I think that's fine.
I'm okay with that.
Surveying the battlefield, as it were.
Fine with that. Just remember, I can't lie.
That seems like something you maybe should have told us a little bit earlier.
Oh, I can keep my mouth shut. I just can't lie personally.
Well, I'm quite capable of lying if it comes to it.
Oh, I am well aware.
People usually assume I'm supposed to be wherever I am, so that can help us too as we move through.
Well, I mean, our cause is certainly just, and we are on a noble path. I don't think much lying would be entirely necessary.
Winnie just nods slowly, but then looks at everyone else and shakes her head. DM, this is a weird question. Are there any doors that smell like it might be leading to a kitchen?
Perception check.
As a chef, can I get advantage?
Did you take the chef feat? I'm actually not sure.
No. I just want. Addie just wants to be a chef.
Well, we'll keep this as a straight roll.
Okay. Where to go? Oh, it's a nat one.
Oh no. I mean,
Addie is trying so hard to get you guys a pie. I'm so sorry.
Well, there will be time for pie, but unfortunately, it's not today, or at least yet today.
We're in a rose garden, so I imagine it's hard to pick out the scent of pie amidst
Yeah,
all
there's
the
some
roses too.
overwhelming
roses
scent
and
of
paint.
Yeah, roses and
exactly.
There are 2 more castles ahead of us. We have plenty of time to get a pie.
Yeah. I guess we should just pick a door.
I'll pick a door and walk through. I have, because of my background, position of privilege, so people are inclined to think the best of you and assume you have the right to be wherever you are.
All right, easily enough, you go through one of these entrances and just, walk in like you know what you're doing.
That's the key.
Yeah, this is definitely the confidence crew. So you all just kind of walk in, and there are maybe like 1 or 2 various like castle attendants that just kind of look at you, but don't really seem to question. There's a little quirk of an eyebrow, but they don't stop you. As you walk into a couple of the main halls, and again, there are just various royal banners, almost looking like banners of war or conquest. As you look at the floor below, there are various marbled hearts everywhere, as just continuing with the motif. So as you are kind of trying to navigate the main halls, there are a couple of guards walking down one that do stop you all, saying, "Can we help you? Why would a bunch of visitors be unattended in here?"
Yes, we'll have to pardon our intrusion, but we have rather urgent business with the Queen of Hearts. If you could quite kindly direct us to her royal presence, that would be most appreciated. And also possibly in the directions of rhubarb pie, one of our party members is quite choosing for a slice of that bebop rhubarb pie.
I'm not sure if I can exactly help you with the pie, but go ahead and roll a persuasion check.
Hey. He's not too bad at that. Okay. 11.
Okay, they give you kind of a suspicious eyes. They kind of scan across the group. They look at each other. They follow us then. And just kind of start walking. Expect you come with.
Well, perfect. Come on, comrades. Forward march. Or backwards march if you feel the inclination.
Yeah, follow, I guess.
Alrighty. Is there anything else anyone is doing as you are walking down the halls?
Can I guess my first thought is that maybe since they looked at us suspiciously, that they're probably not leading us to the queen, they're probably leading us somewhere else. So, I don't know, maybe like an insight check to see if I can figure out what's up.
Yeah, go ahead. Insight.
I was also going to send my familiar high up in the air and in front of us to see where they were leading us.
I accidentally rolled stealth, sorry.
You sneakily eye them.
Oh, a 3.
Being used to children lying, I also have that feeling that all is not pleasant in Wonderland currently.
Whoever wants to roll an insight check can. This isn't limited to one.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, multiple of you are sus, so it's totally fine.
Winnie is not suspicious anymore. Gotta preach. Everything's on the up and up.
I'm actually going to say Balfour, he has a negative wisdom, so I think he actually believes these soldiers.
Yeah, Addie's along for the vibes.
All right. Your day in Nick, as the two soldiers are leading you down this hallway, you reflect on that kind of suspicious eye that kind of scanned across all of you. Nothing seemed really deceptive or malicious about where they're leading you to. It's more they are like acutely aware that since no invitation was really presented or anything, that you all are pretty highly suspicious on how you got in here or something. You're intruders of some kind, but they're going to let the queen deal with it probably.
As we're walking through, can I kind of like scan and try to like get a sense as far as keeping our bearings so that I know kind of like where the front of the castle is versus where we came in versus where we're going? Just like super basic, not clocking specific hallways, but just kind of understanding the layout of the castle.
Yeah, sure. How is there a particular way you're mapping that out in your head, or are you drawing it down on paper? Like,
I would be trying to draw it as we're walking, and admittedly, I don't think Addie would be very good at walking and looking up and all at the same time, so I'm probably tripping a little bit or like relying on the others to guide me, but I would want to kind of be trying to keep track.
Okay, I'll say that I'm not going to require a check for that. It's simple enough to do. You have at least some sort of semblance of how you got in and out of here.
Nick will actually politely lean over at one point and be like, two lefts, then a right.
He aggressively erases what they've written and has to like redraw, and you guys look at it and it's just like a series of random arrows, but it makes sense to them.
Alrighty. So, as the guards lead you into this throne room, there are these grandiose doors that are outlined in gold and just this deep, deep red with these two knockers, one on each door that have a heart at the bottom. As they push open these doors, you see this giant throne room in front of you. It's again very intricately decorated. There are various red jewels everywhere, from the chandeliers above to even some of the wall art itself. There's a large carpet that leads directly to the throne. Um, and you'll notice that there are various vases of these roses that are again painted red. Some of them still just dripping this paint onto the floors, and the attendant just kind of runs up very quickly and just kind of like uses a little handkerchief or something to take out that paint from the floor. Um, and yeah, you see the Queen of Hearts herself, very relaxedly lounging on the throne itself. Um, Her hair is just a mess, this nest of just stress that you imagine that she has been through with the recent events. Even by her sitting down, the size of the throne itself tells you that she's pretty tall. A pretty tall woman. You're not sure exactly how much, but just based on the size and this intimidating scepter that she's wielding, um, could be bordering on one of the larger of humanoid species. Um, and yes, she looks expectantly at the soldiers to explain themselves why they've brought a bunch of strangers into this this room, and as they kind of jog forward and take a knee, they explain, "Your Highness, we found this group of visitors wandering around your halls. We have no idea why they're here, and no invitation was presented of any kind. So we figured it was more under your jurisdiction what to do next." And she slips one of her heels back on that was kind of dangling off as she lounged in this very lackadaisical position. Um, as she stands to her full height, I mean, she's probably about 6.5 feet tall. As she looks over you from this already higher position from some steps, she looks down to each of you, says, "And what is this group doing here? Not invited. I've never seen you before. Don't even know how you could have gotten in this kingdom, unless..."
Time, my dear, you've honestly let yourself go. It's been too many years since we last laid eyes on each other. I remember you were but a wee thing, and sitting in front of the fireplace, eagerly awaiting things and dreaming of your roses. And, well, I've brought you another one, although I don't usually bring gifts to those who are no longer children. And with a flourish and a bit of prestidigitation, I produce an actual red rose.
That is rather kind of you, although her face did begin to turn a little red at the initial comment that she's let herself go. But why are you really here? Why are all of you really here? You couldn't have simply infiltrated this queendom just to give a rose.
I infiltrate this kingdom every year, just usually not this time of year. But that is neither here nor there. We are actually here because we do not wish there to be further war in Wonderland. And to bring that about, well, the queens must get together and talk.
What, after that measly Queen of Clubs helped Alice escape after all that she did here to my gardens?
Allegedly. She allegedly helped Alice escape, Your Highness.
Dozens of troops of mine who flushed her out of those topiaries finally have all told me the same thing, that she did this.
In absolute fairness, Your Royal Highness, your garden is looking beautiful this time of year. Though, were there any damages? It seems not evident at all.
It's after so much effort has been taken to repair it, and the fact that she escaped her trial, did not even face up to what she had done.
Then, by all means, if you would, bring your grievances to the Queen of Clubs. If I may, what would war truly bring but yet more burned gardens, and ruined stems, and just devastated topiaries? Come with us to the table, bring your grievances to bear, and perhaps we shall see a greater wonderland yet, with roses far as the eye can see.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
You all do have floating advantages. I will keep reminding you throughout this one shot.
Okay. Would it be okay if I used an advantage?
Yeah, I think it's a good time too.
Okay. So, let's see. Well, there's one.
Oh, that was a religion. I'm not sure you meant to do that.
I'm sorry. I misclicked.
You're fine. You're
I'm
fine.
sorry.
I was like, I'm trying to help.
Okay. Okay, let's try one. Oh, that's actually quite good. And two. Okay, we'll go with the 15 then.
Okay. She looks you up and down, looks the rest of the group up and down. Do any of you have like overt like weapons or overt like indications of your abilities at all?
My ring is a spell casting focus, but other than that, no, I don't think so.
I have. Sorry. I
That's
have
okay.
a whip on my hip that has a spellcasting focus and a spellbook on the other hip.
Balfour does have his rifle, but it is the butt is on the ground. He is essentially at like parade pose right now.
It is very hard for Addie to, at halfling size, to hide the scimitar that they carry around, so it's on their hip.
That's very good.
I think Winnie does have a crossbow and some daggers, but I don't think they're out, obviously. It's a light crossbow, so I think it's hidden somewhere, like, under her clothes.
Okay. Just as she looks across each of you again, kind of taking mental inventory. She doesn't even try to hide that. She's taking mental inventory of what abilities each of you might have. And looks back to you, Balfour, and says, "Spoken like a general. Not bad. But I'm not going to simply agree because a bunch of adventurers decided to sneak past my guards and not do anything officially. Tell you what, if you all manage to defeat and get through my gauntlet of obstacles, I will agree."
Fellows, what say you?
If that's what has to be done, I suppose we could make time for it.
This does seem to be the job.
Yeah.
I mean, I run around on rooftops and climb down chimneys. Up for an obstacle course?
Oh, it sounds like it's settled. Yes, let the games begin. And she claps twice as the room around you all begins to shift and spin and change as you all find yourselves outdoors again in what looks like almost a hedge maze, except there are not many walls on the inside. It looks more like some type of arena or coliseum made out of these plants, with the same roses that are dripping in paint. As I am going to change the music and take you to the map. I think it's this one. So I have to move the players over there. Perfect. All right. So as you see around you, I couldn't find a perfect map for this, so I was just like, this is just for the vibe. But you see around you these various card-like residents of the Queendom, as well as various large rows-looking people, eventually filling the stands as this arena rises around you, and you see the queen in one of the larger seats above, and she says, "Well, I guess you will be subject to a series of tests, and the first one, like I said, will be obstacles. I need 2 of you to volunteer for this."
I think Winnie gives a little, kind of looks around, but in case that she'd be interested. Depending on what the obstacles are, I am a tabaxi, so I do have pretty good acrobatics. I have a +6 to acrobatics.
Mm-hmm.
+3 to athletics, +3 to acrobatics.
I have a +4 acrobatics.
Ooh. Same, +4. Do we have a sense, DM, of what the obstacles are? Can we tell, or is that?
Yeah, as you look behind you and the Queen of Hearts points a finger, these various briars and thorny plants begin to build what looks like some type of obstacle course, as various mats, matted balls of briars begin to form from these kind of square handles and begin to swing back and forth. It's almost imitating the axes that you would see swing back and forth with obstacle courses. There is what looks like some type of balance across what looks like just this pit of spikes and rose thorns. So basically an array of various dangerous things to avoid going through. So which 2 of you are volunteering for this?
Nick actually steps back.
Yeah, I may not be the best person for this.
I am down. Winnie's down to do it. Seems like acrobatics would be good.
Okay.
Not as acrobatic, but I am small, if that helps.
And you are lucky.
I am lucky. Indeed.
True.
Oh, thank you for the reminder. I forgot about that earlier.
Oh no, the pie!
I could have found us a kitchen.
There are plenty of chances.
It would be fun to do a Winnie Addie team up on the obstacle course.
Let's do it.
I give Addie a high 5.
Addie has to really spring up.
Yeah, I do it up here. Just to show off how agile you are.
All right. So to go through this obstacle course, I would like. It sounds like you all want to do acrobatics for this, so I would like some acrobatics checks to see how well you do in the obstacle course.
13.
First roll was a 17 for Addie.
Okay, so yes, you are all able, or the both of you are able to get through the first part of this with um, the swinging briars that um, were acting as axes before. When you narrowly get past the very last one. It's a little faster than you expected, but it's close call. But your 9 lives have saved you at this point. As you get to the other end of that.
As I go through it, it cuts like a little bit close, and I quickly change my cape to be like a capelet, so it's shorter.
Amazing. All right. To get across the tightrope, I would like another acrobatics.
Okay. Oh my god.
That one's only a 13 for Addie.
Like,
What a 9.
there is a floating advantage.
I'm gonna stick with mine, Winnie. You can take the advantage if you want it.
I mean, in theory, I have decent acrobatics, so I'll take it if it's okay with everybody. Again. Okay. Okay, well, that's an 11. It is better.
Well, as the two of you are going across this tightrope, I guess, yeah, Winnie would probably go first out of the two of you. And just as you think Winnie is about to get off, Addie, you are starting to go onto it, but really that causes vibrations that is going to cause Winnie to stumble and start to fall into this pit. I would like a dex save to see if you can catch yourself from
19.
Yes. Okay. While you did manage to slip partially into this pit, you're able to save yourself from a lot of the harm, at least. So you're gonna take half damage on this.
Can it be that I'm hanging on to the ropes?
Yeah.
To hang in there, cat.
Yeah. A couple little pointies are sticking out, but you're only gonna take half on this. Yeah, that is 2 points of piercing damage. As you're able to scramble out though. And yeah, it's the same with you, Addie. If you could roll me a dex save.
There we go. 17.
Ooh, very nice. You're able to do the same thing. It's only going to be half on this. You take one point of piercing damage. As yeah, there are a couple little pointies that are jutting out from the side, but the two of you are able to get across, and there's this kind of pouty, judgmental look on the Queen of Hearts above. Yeah, and the last thing looks like almost some type of long jump kind of thing. It's not really it's hard to describe. It's not really anything that would cause injury of, thorn damage should you fall anywhere. It's just getting to a certain line at the end of this. And it's a very narrow stretch that it looks like you need to stay within with the hedges themselves. And yeah, instead of doing any type of like athletics or anything, I think to really bolster your might and see if you can sustain the run into a jump, let's do some type of constitution check or save, whichever is better.
Okay. Ooh, 18 for Winnie.
Only a 4 for Addie.
Oh no.
Well, Addie, as you try it with your little halfling leg to trying your best to bring that run up to the line where you jump. You are still in the air and know you're not going to make it far enough, but with this cat-like grace that Winnie brings to her jump, you're actually able, or Winnie, you're actually able to take Addie by the hand and take them with you to the rest of the to the end of that long jump because you hit that DC, so we're gonna go with it. I like that. And Queen of Hearts looks mildly impressed. It's not, you know, super expressive about it, but she's not giving that same judgmental look. But okay, so you all have the obstacle course. And with the same 2 claps, the Queen of Hearts will say, well, it looks like next there is a test of swordmanship. And as she points forward at the arena again, this animated, what looks like just some type of soldier with glowing red rose eyes brings up this kind of thorny blade. And she says, care for a short sparring match? I just need one for this.
Well, Balfour does have a sword, funnily enough. Well, actually, he'll call up to the queen. In this particular spa, does it quite matter which weapon we use?
I would rather you all play fair and also use a blade of some sort.
As you wish. And he'll reach down and draw his rapier, which the second he draws it, it starts to glow, a soft moonlit glow.
Very cool. Very cool. Okay, this is going to be basically a mini initiative between you and this animated bit of plant matter here.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna bring up the turn order for this just because it's like one.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead and roll some initiative.
Okay. Well, that could have been better.
Hey, so what's your dex?
Dex is +3.
Okay, so you go first. I also rolled a 4. I have a dex of 0.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So he will kind of very proper fencing stance. And yeah, he'll go in for an attack. Got 2, I believe.
All right.
So first attack. That is a 17.
Ooh, a 17 will just miss.
Okay. We'll go with the second attack. 19.
All right, yeah, 19 will hit. Roll some damage.
Okay. We're also going to use a superiority die and make
Nice.
that a disarming attack.
Ooh, okay.
So let me just roll 1d8 here. Adding that to the damage. And gonna need a strength saving throw DC 14.
Ooh, okay. Ooh, that's not the stat block that I wanted. Where did the other one go? Hello? There it is. A 14. Ooh, that's gonna fail with an 8.
Okay, so along with 15 points of piercing damage, he drops whatever he's holding.
Okay, so the first hit, this animated plant soldier manages to parry, but you get it on the second hit as you manage to almost just with your blade wrestle this blade out of its hand. And it looks down, looks back at you. It'll oh man, you also heard it, man. That was oof. Okay. It will spend part of its turn picking its sword back up, and is going to go with 2 attacks.
Okay, bring it.
The first one is a 19 to hit.
That definitely hits.
All right. You take 7 slashing damage as it just slashes across before you're able to bring up in defense. Okay. Second one is probably going to miss with a 13.
That does miss.
Okay. But yeah, you managed to steal yourself the second time around. As it goes for that second hit. That brings it back to you.
Okay. Yeah, let's hack away. Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
The 22?
That's 22 will hit.
Okay. Another 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
And second attack. Oh, did that not register? There we go. Oh. Come on. Here.
Sometimes it backs up between
Yeah.
D&D Beyond and Roll20. If you did
There we
multiple
go.
times.
Okay. It's another 22.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay, and 6 points of piercing damage.
All right. Well, the 10 from the first was actually all you needed. As with the first hit, you are able to knock it down completely as it just devolves back into the vines and things that it was previously. Looking back up at the Queen of Hearts, expression is lightening up a little bit more.
All right. Yeah, he will kind of lean the sap off his blade and do honorable salute to the Queen for rejoining his friends.
All right. Well, not bad. The second to last test that I would like you all to do is test of might, as she points her finger again, and in contrast to what the previous obstacles have been made of, it looks like a boulder is forming out of cobblestone that would line the different pathways through the hedge mazes. As it looks like a lane is now being formed to perhaps push this this boulder through.
Playing 5-pin or 10-pin, Your Majesty.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are we playing 5-pin or 10-pin?
For you? 10.
Oh well. I've got this one.
By all
Nick
means.
just strides forward.
Love to see a buff Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Lots of climbing. Lots of jumping. Lots of reindeer wrestling. So what do you need from me?
A strength or athletics check, whatever is better.
Are the same. So we'll just do it athletics, because that's easier. Oh, that was a horrible roll of a 13.
Hey, that's what you needed for above what you needed for the first throw at this. So, you use all of your might to just push it forward. The the sizable house of 10 large cards just scatters as at the end of the lane you're able to knock over the first one. Looks like the lane gets longer, and you swear, like, as the next boulder appears in front of you, push a little bit. Seems a little bit heavier. Going to need a second one.
All right. Well, that's how things work. So be it. And go for Santa Claus. Really?
All right. So you push this one. It's harder to push this time. It with a little less might. It goes a little forward. It gets to the end of the land, but seems to take down about half that house of cards. Is leaving the other one. One more try.
Oh, I mean, got to give me a chance to get a spare. And at this point, Nick takes off his cloak. It's just like, all right, this one's for all the biscuits.
There we go.
All right. That was about what you needed. You taking those words with a grain of salt, you were able to just push this boulder forward again. As it careens down the lane itself, it takes down those remaining cards. And gives a little bit of a golf clap. Not bad. Not bad. Took a little egging on, but you got it. And last but not least, she points her fingers again as a various series of targets at different intervals of distance away begin to appear. How about a little bit of target practice, just to round it off?
Do you care what we throw at the targets?
Not at all.
Haven't participated yet, so I guess I will do this one.
Range is yours.
Yeah, I'm going to be using magic for this.
Okay, well that's super cool.
Yeah, she unhooks the whip from her hip and lets it loose down on the ground. And to start off, spins it above her head and snaps it and throws a firebolt at the first target.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
Roll 20, be nice. 14.
Very nice to you. Oh yeah. So at the first target, the firebolt just lurches forward from your whip and just incinerates it as the dying roses begin to fall off of it. Well done. There are two more targets that remain.
How many more are there?
There are two.
Two more? I'll just in quick succession snap off two more.
Yeah.
The first one is a 21. And the second one, natural 20 for 27.
Yo! Oh my gosh. So, in quick succession, as you do a very similar thing for the second target, you almost do the third one without anyone even noticing you hit it before they are like, okay, well, I mean, the Red Queen just looks expectantly for you to be sending another one off to hit the third one. Then she slowly looks over and sees that that one is already ash, just complete ash. And just nods and then claps again. Says, well, that'll be all. The same double clap as the arena settles back down again. The original throne room appears before you, and says, well, this was definitely unexpected. Didn't anticipate each of you doing quite as well as you did. If the Queen of Clubs somehow found each of you to represent her and to have some sort of talk, she must mean some type of business. So, I agree. I will start making the preparations.
You have our utmost thanks, Your Royal Majesty.
Before we go, would it be possible for us to acquire some form of symbol that you have agreed to arrive at these talks as well, so that as we have yet to, you are the first of the other queens to be visited, to show that the Queen of Hearts has also decided to at least listen, perhaps, to what the Queen of Clubs has to say.
Fair enough. Tell you what, I'll do you just one better. As she waves her hand, you see that each of you have what looks like some type of like a boutonniere type rose attached to your clothing somewhere. And she says, I would, and if I were you, I would definitely be wearing those for whenever you are probably visiting the Queen of Spades. You're probably going to need them. And mechanically, while wearing these boutonnieres, you will have up to 60 feet of dark vision, and if you already have dark vision, that is doubled.
Good for the Loxodon. He does not have any.
Alrighty. Are there any more questions?
No, you've been a most gracious host.
Well, I wish you luck on talking to my counterparts. They're just as stubborn, if not as stubborn, as I am.
We can be a bit stubborn too, I'm sure you noticed.
In that case, you are dismissed. And guards, make sure to get out of the town safely. They nod.
Addie, taking a hint from both Valfor when he does the salute and then curtsies. This is very awkward about the whole thing, but it's starting to catch on.
I just turn and walk out.
Alrighty. And with that, you all are escorted out of the Queendom of Hearts, and I think that is a perfect place for us to take a break. So chat, stick around, get a drink, go stretch your legs if you need to, all that good stuff. We will be back in just a couple of minutes to see what the other two kingdoms that our adventurers are visiting will hold. So don't go away. And Hoop, if you could take us out.
Welcome to the Lost Caravan RPG.
A haven for the lost, the worn, and the wandering.
Whether you only need a place to rest your soul, or are looking for a brand new journey, we welcome you.
You are safe within our ranks, surrounded by the friends you have yet to meet.
Some of you may be new, eager to take your first steps in the shoes of a hero.
Others are veterans of a war fought through generations.
Having played dozens of characters
and rolled hundreds of dice.
Either way, we can promise you will find moments of adventure and heartbreak,
as well as moments of tears and laughter.
Countless noble tales have been spun around our campfire,
such as Pathfinder, Dungeons and Dragons, Lancer, and Locust.
We travel anywhere and everywhere,
exploring towering castles, desolate space stations, and haunted mansions.
We have a few roles if you decide to stay.
Treat each other with love, kindness, and acceptance.
We never judge on appearance, only on richness of character.
For as long as you ride with the caravan, you will never walk alone.
We work together to forge a better world for us, and for every traveler after we're gone.
So, take a seat, grab a drink, and listen to our tales.
When you're ready, we'll help you tell a tale of your own.
And we are back. Hopefully, yes. Hello. Thanks for bringing us back in, Hoop. I hope all of you had a wonderful break in chat. I know that we definitely needed a breather after that thrilling gauntlet of different challenges that the Queen of Hearts just took our adventurers through. But they managed to succeed, and with a mark of her promise to entertain talks about not being at odds with the other queendoms any longer, they find themselves just outside of the Queendom of Hearts, off to face whichever of the remaining two queens they choose.
Well, I recall the Queen of Diamonds was quite vain sort. I mean, it is a Queen of Diamonds. One might suspect some proclivities from one made from that kind of material. And the other, your Spades, said to be most jealous, envious of the others.
We did just get this token that was supposed to be helpful to see the Queen of Spades. Perhaps we should go there next.
Well.
All right. So, if you all are deciding to go to the Queendom of Spades next, well, first I am going to change the music once again. We are going to do this one. As you cross again, there's a little bit more distance in between the two queendoms here. There's more wild between the two, but you managed to get there. And it's a interesting contrast again from the very vibrant and bright queendoms that you've seen previously. It is a place of very grayscale and black type tones with predominantly stone buildings and streets. There's this perpetual slight misting and raining as you enter and get closer to the city itself. The citizens that you do encounter getting closer to the castle seem colder and less friendly here. You're not sure if it's you all look a lot more colorful and different than they do, or if they just have other things to do. They're off to do something else. Yeah, no one seems to stop you walking into the city itself.
This place is quite dreary.
It's a little bit
Sort of place where you'd expect a preponderance of split pea soup and bangers and mash, perhaps.
I have
should write
had
it
some
up.
delicious split pea soup in this kind of environment, I will say.
I changed my cloak into like a black kind of like beeswax lined or something, like kind of raincoat. I really don't want to get any of the rainwater on my fur.
My precipitation a little more frozen.
Are there any like windows nearby that Addie could peek into? Just to
Definitely
see.
see light coming out of various of which buildings, just like general buildings around, or
Not a shop. Addie's trying to creep on some people.
oh, okay.
Just to see.
Yeah, I mean, looking into the windows themselves, like even the more lit buildings and windows that you can look through, still like relatively dark. The more the time that you spend in here, the more you realize what the Queen of Hearts was probably alluding to by you would need these boutonnieres. And people are just going about their lives, but just by very low candlelight or a lantern, maybe two. It's everything about this place is just different and dark.
Addie kind of drags their feet back to the group. I don't think anybody here is going to let me use their oven to make you guys a pie, so we should probably just keep going.
Yes, I'm rather.
That's unfortunate.
I wish to leave.
It really is.
I mean, in fairness, in such dreary weather, a warm slice of pie seems just the thing to lift someone's spirits.
That's what I would think. I have them pre-made, and Addie kind of pulls out of their bag like little mini pies that are already kind of like in their tins and ready to go. I can just leave them on windowsills maybe, or at doorsteps if you think they'll help people?
Certainly couldn't hurt.
As one who can speak from experience, windowsill and doorstep leavings tend to not be very welcomed.
Is there an open window or door anywhere that Addie can see?
People prefer there be any.
I won't
do,
even make
in
you roll
fact.
for this. Yeah, I won't even make you roll for this. These windows and doors are shut. Like people, I mean, it was very surprising that you could find some clear windows. There are drapes on a lot of them. It is a very closed up town.
Is anybody a locksmith?
No, but
I could open a door if we
chimneys.
need it.
I would love it if you could do that. Just one door.
Why are we doing this again?
I just want to give people some pie.
Point me to the one you would like unlocked.
Addie is going to find the like dreariest, most squat, run-down looking space. And it's going to like crouch next to the door, holding just an armful of pies, and just ready.
I walk up and with a kind of low vibrating whistle, I'll knock twice on the door and cast knock.
Yep, I was waiting for it. And as soon as you said something, I was like, oh no, we're going to use knock. I love that. Yeah, you easily open. I mean, are you just choosing like a random like house or shop? Like
Yep. Not a shop, because I figured that those will probably be easier to get into, and I kind of want a challenge. But just like whatever poorly looking house. And as soon as Unea tells me that the door is unlocked, I'm gonna just open the front door.
All right, with a very loud boom that is it breaks the sound of gentle rain pattering on cobblestone and other stone buildings as the door flies open and Addie runs into this house to throw some pies.
All that I'm gonna do is just lean in past the threshold and just lay down like 6 pies, and then I'm gonna shut the door, run back to the group, and I'm going to, as a halfling, hide because I'm small enough between Nick and Balfour. That's all I want to do.
I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation to make the pies smell really nice in like the moment before the door closes.
Plus, you can heat them too.
You could.
Yeah, I can't cook them, but I can warm them a little bit.
Did not occur to Addie.
Fire wizards.
I was just trying to give them the gift of like an already put together pie that they could put in their oven. Anybody come looking for me?
Well, as you mentioned that, there is a little face that peeks out from the door. It opens again. Looks to be a child of some kind. Just kind of looks around, sees like the group of like, you know, mostly larger people too, or at least larger than them. They just kind of like slowly close the door again. But they seem well received. There's a shape, a silhouetted shape in the window of someone bringing a pie to a table.
Addie starts just like gently putting the rest of the pies back in their bag and just says, okay, if anybody sees another house that looks like it's in need of pies, just let me know. And starts walking further into the city.
I thought about going into the once a year confectionery business.
Wait, what are you asking me? Are you asking for a pie right now? Is this that once a year time?
No, dear, no.
Okay.
We'll talk later.
Addie very excitedly began pulling out more pies, was ready to go with options.
But I can show you.
No. Just, okay.
I love
all right.
Pie. All the pie.
And thus the pie, the myth of the pie smith was born.
Someone's going to knock very loudly, put some pies in, and then leave. Speaking of a very loud knock that definitely disturbed the peace to an extent, you all watch as two what look like ravens kind of are gliding down from the cloudy sky right on the street where this occurred, and they suddenly morph from those bird forms to two soldiers that are in this dark black plate that is smooth and rather basic. Rather, you know, it does the job, and there really isn't much in terms of decoration or make. It is, simply to do what it's there for, which is protect whoever wears it. They do carry two onyx-looking spears that end in spade points, as they are looking around to see what could have caused that.
I thought it was supposed to be blackbirds that were attracted to pie, not ravens.
Are ravens not black birds? Even if they are not blackbirds, they are still black birds.
I think it's a nuance at this point. I guess we could ask them for help.
I used to hang out with ravens. Well, ages ago.
Yes, hello there, soldiers! Fine meeting you here on this, slightly dreary day.
Yes, hello. You all must be new here. This is pretty regular. At least since Queen's been in a mood. How can we help you?
Yes, well, we are on something of a diplomatic mission, attempting to rally the four queens into a civil discussion. We have, in fact, already met with the Queen of Clubs and the Queen of Hearts, as you can see on our glorious little pins, which probably looks so tiny on Balfour.
I hold
But-
up the necklace too from the other queen.
Yeah. But if you would, Zorda, we merely require directions to your ruler. If you would merely point the way.
Whoa, right this way. We can take you there. And they are kind of motioning for you to follow them down the street.
Right ho! Forward march, or sideways march. Crab walk, whatever you prefer.
You're very lax for a general when it comes to marching.
Well, so long as you get to the destination, you could walk on your head if you wish. In fact, I was at that myself at the Battle of the Told You Would. And he will tell that story the entire time. And like at the end when they finally get to the castle, he's like, and that's how I saved Arvaday.
If there were any other exceptionally dreary looking houses, which at this point Addie's just looking to drop off pies to as many as they can, rather than Unea having to like knock and open every single one, Addie is just like putting a pie on the doorstep and banging on the door furiously and then running to the next house. Kind of just true chaos pie agent, just trying to hand out as many pies.
Yeah.
Since I'm not helping with the door, I will hang back, and when people open their doors, I'll use prestidigitation to do a little firework above each pie as presentation.
Yeah, I'll come in with another prestidigitation to, even though they're not cooked, make them smell like cooked pies.
Oh, tell you what, the three of you, roll me a perception check as you're doing this.
This feels important, so I'm gonna roll it with my personal dice.
Okay.
Oh shit! That one. I got too excited.
21 for me.
Here's my perception. 9.
Mine was a nat 1, but I re-rolled it because I'm lucky for a 7.
It's not a 1
So
though.
lucky.
That's the important part.
It's not a 1.
Well, two of you, Winnie and Addie, the both of you are very focused on just getting the pies on there and then just like getting out so nobody sees you. But Unea, you kind of look behind your shoulder as these different doors open. People, see this this random act of kindness that just then shown to a bunch of people down the street. You swear that the light in each of these windows just gets a tad brighter, just like a shade or two brighter after each of these houses happen in succession.
Watching this happen, since I'm just using a cantrip, which is a piece of cake, I'm sketching this scene of Addie running down the street, arm full of pies, these people with smiles on their faces picking up pies. Yeah, I'm just kind of patchwork sketching this scene in my book.
And Nick just smiles and nods.
Oh, so good. Wholesome shenanigans. I love this. All right. Well, as you all reach the castle of the Queen of Spades, you notice that the architecture of this one in comparison to the others is it's a lot blockier. The spires and different towers are much more square. They don't really go up to that many points. In fact, it's more the doors that are kind of spades, in this particular design. But easily enough, these two guards take you past the much lower amount of guards that were around these entrances comparatively, and take you straight to the throne room itself. And it is, again, just incredibly dark. There are these heavy drapes over these very tall windows that reach to almost the ceiling in this large room. Um, and and you almost have to peer forward to see where subjects are more accepted in this little section. As I will just change to the map real fast. You have to peer forward for that and then look up the stairs to finally see the Queen of Spades herself. As I also show you her. She is a somewhat gaunt woman with these sharp features and dressed in all black. Her expression itself is very serious looking, but those of you that look a little bit longer and try to adjust to the light here, it's hiding kind of a troubled look behind it. And receiving these two guards in front of her again, she will look to each of you. Say, guards, why have you brought these, I'm supposing, strangers? I've never seen someone so colorful in quite a while, or look so cheery. Who are they? Like, well, they come to talk to you about a sort of diplomacy with the Queen of Clubs and Queen of Hearts. They say that with a little bit of surprise and inflection in their voice. And I we'll leave them to it as they just kind of step back as you see two sets of what look like have animated armor just kind of standing on either side of the thrones themselves, kind of take over this this duty of surveillance. Ugh, there we go. Yeah, she looks to each of you expectantly.
I think Winnie steps forward and she says, well, I don't think all of us are quite strangers. After all, you may have heard of me, and I'm going to toss my cape over my shoulder and it'll transform into like this pink and purple cape with a big smile on the back of it. And I'll say, my uncle's cousin, of course, the Cheshire Cat, and I'm Winnie Violet. You have heard of me.
I can't really say I have. It is a pleasure to meet someone so beautiful, so colorful here in a place like this.
Yes, my family's known for being quite colorful, I'll say. And it's lovely to be here with my friends, compatriots. I gesture to each of them. And introduce them. I was gonna start, but then I realized I do not remember all of Balfour's titles.
He'll like stand at attention. General Captain Admiral Sir the Lord Balfour Chestingham Field III Esquire at your service, your Royal Majesty.
Yes. And the rest of you.
They kind of pokes their head out from behind Balfour. I'm Addie. Do you want a pie?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
No.
Very good.
And I'll give this to you, Addie. Just because you are someone who's kind of stuck to the shadows of other people throughout this. You notice that even like despite sitting on this throne, being like in kind of an elevated position in this throne room, the queen is definitely trying her best to kind of stick to shadows in a very similar way that you do.
As Addie kind of steps back, not wanting to really be seen, they kind of turn around and hold out cookies to the 2 guards that escorted us over. Just to see. Doesn't try to force them, but just has them at the ready in case they want cookies.
No, roll me a persuasion check.
Yes. A 7. I don't know why nobody wants to eat the sweets that I'm baking.
It takes a wave or two of the hand, and one will oblige.
Yes. That's okay. Addie kind of gives the other one like a knowing look and puts the cookie back and comes back with like a little cupcake instead. It's like, this is what you actually want.
When it gets to her, Arnea closes her book. You can just call me Arnea. I'm just an adventurer here with them.
Oh, here.
Wasn't always this dark here. Don't remember it to always be that way.
You're right.
Oh, right. Yes. Sorry. Nick.
Well, Nick, and the rest of you, you're right. It hasn't always been like this. But it's, I guess, the new norm.
Why's that?
I wish I could tell you, but I don't exactly understand it myself. There's just darkness that has grown here, and I've done my best to try to bring light to the Queendom itself, but nothing works. There's no point.
It's about a curiosity, your Royal Majesty. What specifically have you done to enrich the lives of both your royal person and the lives of your subjects?
Well, before this whole trial business happened, it was very bright here. Everyone was happy and not at all worried about what would happen next. Now, here we are. The clouds appeared, and now then came trying to light more candles, have more streetlights, something that could help everybody see. Then the shadows just continued to grow, and we, quite frankly, don't have the resources to keep the light going.
Do the shadows seem to, like, come from a specific place or gather in a specific place?
From any corner they could. Yeah, how about everybody roll me a perception check real fast?
Okay. Perception.
Ooh, it's a 19 for Addie.
Ooh, that's actually not too bad. 14 for Balfour.
That's a 4 for me, off of an @1.
Okay, so when he rolled a 19, Addie, what did you roll again?
19.
Okay, so the two of you will notice that the longer that you're kind of standing here, just really, like, any of the shadows in this room. Just kind of every once in a while, there's just this little wiggle to them. Like they shouldn't move. Nothing else move. There's no source of light to eclipse that and cause a shadow to move. Something's not right here. And the drearier the queen is sounding, the more you're kind of putting together that she's affected by this somehow.
I'm gonna grab my torch and light it, and I'm just gonna go walk to like a really dark corner and see what happens.
Okay. You all should have control of your tokens. Go ahead and move wherever you're gonna move.
I'm gonna go sort of over yonder, I guess. I want to be down here, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is that like a drop off or something?
I mean, the map doesn't make it super clear. Like, it's fine. Like, it can slope or like something. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. As you are putting this torch towards a certain space. Actually, what is everybody else doing? Why he just kind of wanders off with the torch and just poking at different places.
Well, Nick, maybe not as perceptive as some of the others, very much understands that kindness and happiness are their own lights, and that the absence thereof can cause all manner of things to manifest and appear, and which is part of why he has set upon his quest to do what he does every year in perpetuity. So he actually, as Addie wanders off, he's actually getting worried for her, for them, and he is going to, he's actually going to call his armor to him, because he feels that there's something not right here.
I'm flipping through my spellbook trying to see if I can find there's an arcane reason for this, an arcane solution for this, anything like that.
I think. Let me see if this would work. I kind of think I just want to cast a spell at an area of darkness. And I'm gonna use a sorcery point to do it subtly.
Okay.
So, because I kind of want to catch whatever this is off guard. So I'm gonna cast Chaos Bolt at the darkness.
Okay.
And I think
Not
I
magic
should be able
missile?
to do it without it being noticed, because it's only verbal and somatic components, and subtle spell makes it so that you don't have to use verbal or somatic. So I think I'm just gonna do it.
All right. You're rolling what element that's gonna end up being. Roll me an Arcana check if you're going through your book, trying to figure out what might be a magical cause of this.
Was that to me? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, my headphones
You're
cut
totally
out
fine.
for just a second.
Oh no!
So.
Oh, you're totally fine. If you're going through your book trying to kind of figure out what a arcane cause of this might be, go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
17.
Okay. I mean, there are a number of different spells and creatures that kind of manifest themselves in darkness like this and cause the not even just the atmosphere, but sometimes landscapes themselves to shift a certain way. There are a number of things, whether it be fey, demonic, fiendish, just across the board, lots of things. There's this feeling across everybody that something's not quite right. You're just not sure exactly what might be causing this yet. But there's definitely some outside cause doing this.
I will say quietly to those who are still around me, could be a creature, so everyone keep an eye out.
As you say, could be a creature. I'm casting a spell at it.
Yeah, what element did that end up being?
It was cold damage, so it was a dirty 20 to hit, and then 10 cold damage.
Okay. So almost in unison, as Addie is sticking a torch somewhere into the shadows, and you are sending a cold chaos bolt outward. These two large shadowy creatures just kind of manifest themselves to both of you as the cold itself just like hits against the thing and completely falls down, like nothing happened to it. Even though you know you made your mark despite not even looking for it, nothing happens to it. And while the creature recoils to the light of the flame itself, it realizes that it's simply the fire and not any other source of light, and begins to lurch forward again. And I would like everybody to roll some initiative.
Alright.
Ahoo!
Cool.
Oh, I should have done the turn counter first. That was my bad.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Is this what I do? Oh, there it is. Okay,
Oh,
cool.
nice.
It worked. Okay. I forgot I had to do that.
It didn't put me in. If you could add me.
Oh yeah, I can. Ooh, a 19. Very good.
Addie rolled a 7.
Oh. All right. Okay, that should work.
I also
put 19. What do you mean?
And I didn't get it.
Hello? Oh, I did do that. Oh no, what have I done? Roll 20, be like this. Okay, there we go. Oh, why is it 38 now? What is happening?
Well, that would be 19 twice.
Oh, why did it add it? Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. And then we're gonna add Addie, and you said a 4?
7.
7. Oh, I just read the number 4. We're just gonna order these and hopefully... Okay, yeah, we're just not gonna mess with it too much. Okay, and let me change the music real fast. This is far too chill. As good as it is, it's far too chill.
It's kind of like the Final Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
Which would be fun to fight during.
It would be very cool, but also... okay, and as these things appear, I move them to the token layer, as these shadowy beasts were hiding under the statues. But you all were able to snuff them out before they could get a surprise round. I had a timer up. So very good.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Very nice. Let me just roll initiative for them. Roll fast. I'm just gonna do 1 for all of them. All right. What's their dex? Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. It's fine. All right. So, as these shadowy creatures are starting to converge on each of you, Uranea, you are first.
Yeah, question about these. So these, they look like shadows, so they don't look like corporeal creatures, right?
No, these look, based on your Arcana check earlier, you would know that these are fiendish, so, they can move incorporeally, but, you could try your luck with them.
Fiendish. Which I'm assuming I would know means fire's not great, which is not good for me. Okay. Do they look like they're walking on the ground, or do they look like they're floating or flying?
Where they are in the shadows right now, it is really hard to tell. You're basically only seeing like what might be some wings in the background and like the face with like these strange horns creeping up. Much like below where you would think the waist would be, it's very hard to tell at the moment. It is dark in here.
Okay. First thing I'm going to do is pull my whip off of my belt. She starts hitting it in a rhythm, and I'm going to, as the air thrums around me, I'm going to start my blade song. As a bonus action, right? Yes, bonus action. And even when she finishes, she stops moving the whip, but that thrumming still continues in the air around her. She turns and grabs the air and twists it upwards, and I'm going to use Maximilian's Earthen Grasp to try and grab this one. So it's going to be a strength saving throw.
Ooh, okay. I'm sorry, which one were you targeting?
This one.
Okay, perfect.
DC 15.
Ooh, okay. So that's a 5.
Awesome. So the floor erupts, and these are tiles we're on.
Yes.
So a swirling mass of tiles flips up in the air and slams down.
Ooh.
It will take. How did I roll double ones on that? It will take 2 bludgeoning damage.
That's so sad.
But it is restrained.
Okay.
And
That's
to
good.
break the restraint, it's strength checks, not saving throws, which theoretically are more difficult.
Give that one a condition so I don't forget. I'm
gonna move.
I like this one. We're just gonna go with that. Okay. And with that, we did have a wild magic redeem that got introduced about midstream for 2,000 points. So thank you, for that, chat. We're gonna redeem that right now and figure out what happens with this. So I gotta roll a D100. All right. That is a 23. So as this happens, your skin just turns this vibrant shade of blue. As it's harder for you to tell, like, just given the light conditions right now, but like you can tell that something's not right and it's not how it was before. But thank you, chat. Um,
Does that happen to who is this happening to?
that happens to Irnea, and you would recognize this when he is like, wait a minute.
Do I
Scratch
know?
my head.
Do I know Winnie is a wild magic sorcerer?
I mean, Winnie, do you think you would know?
I don't think I advertise it, but I have cast like sorcerer spells, so like, and Irnea seems like magically knowledgeable, so she might know.
So there's a possibility, yeah, you would know.
So I watch the spinning hand of tiles slam down on this creature, and I look down at my skin, and I look over at Winnie like, did you do this?
Shake my head.
That's my turn.
It looks great on you, darling.
Alrighty, that would take us to Winnie then.
Okay. I am going to say, I'm gonna look at. Oh, actually, I was gonna do Belfour, but it might make more sense to do it to Nick, because Nick has a strength-based weapon, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna do this to Nick because it makes more sense. I'm going to look at Nick and say, all right, we've done the small thing. How'd you feel about going up a size, Nick?
Sure.
I
Make chimneys
extend-
hard, but
It's only temporary, darling, and I extend a hand and this puff of like pinky purple like glittery powder goes over and I cast Enlarge on Nick. I'll put the effect of that in the Discord.
I'll change that on the map. He is now large.
Large.
That's like my favorite thing to do with tokens.
Okay, there's that, and then I will roll to see if I also do Wild Magic Surge. I think I have to get a 4 or better now. 5, so very close, but I don't. And I think I could do a bonus action. I forgot that I can quicken spell, so I think I will do that because I don't know when I would use the sorcery points otherwise. So I'm gonna quicken spell to cast a cantrip on one of these freaks. And I guess I'll do Mind Sliver. So they have to make an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. Which one are you targeting?
I guess I'll target. I don't think it matters that much, but I'll target the one that's like restricted.
Okay.
Restrained.
Cool. All right. Intelligence save. Yeah, that is a 21.
Okay, so that passes.
Natural 19 on that. As it's very scared of his predicament of being trapped somehow.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem to be too affected by mental effects at the moment.
Yeah. That's just a cantrip, so nothing happens when it saves. So yeah, Winnie like does this cool thing and then is like, and for you, and like punches out with the ring, but then like nothing happens. And she looks disappointed. I think that's my turn.
All right, cool. That will take us to the Shadow's turn. Dun dun dun. As they all creep forward. As this one on the top left definitely knows that you are there, Addie. You were going for it, so it's gonna run up towards you and go for some attacks. Let's see. What is your modifier? It's a very good question. That is a 21 to hit.
That definitely hits.
All right. That is 12 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
As it just reaches out towards you, and the fear of just like coming out of nowhere. And again, it's so dark in here that you're not really sure where the hand of it began, where it ended in terms of its strike. It psyched you out for sure. So yeah, that is what that one is going to do. This one is going to run up this way. 5, 10, 15, 20. Takes some attacks at, or one attack towards Urnea. It will probably miss with a 10.
That's less than half of my AC. Yeah.
Can I?
Very nice.
Just 1 second.
Okay. So,
For 1 second, can I interrupt you? I'm so sorry. Mr. Sato.
Sato.
Wow.
Hi, Saito. Thank you so much.
Oh
I'm
my
so glad
god.
you're here.
Thank you so much. You are
Also, Neon Lights, thank you for the raid.
heckin' amazing. You know what? I think that deserves a free Wild Magic Surge. What do you think?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Perfect.
This could be good or bad.
Thank you so much. You are heckin' amazing.
Happy Wednesday, Saito. Also, hi, Corn Dog. Alright. Alright, that is a 21. Ooh, okay. You know what? I'm just gonna put this towards all of the casters. Like, if you're doing like a casting thing, these creatures will have disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell you cast, in the next minute that involves a saving throw. So
I
yes,
feel
this
so sorry for the shadows.
this oh yeah, I know. This massive aura of energy just appears as you all are kind of frightened in a way. The colors of your clothes, the light in your eyes seems to embolden itself. As I don't know, you reflect on the different things that have happened during the day, whether it's leaving pies or winning at the gauntlet or being able to help the Queen of Clubs, whatever it is. Yeah, okay, very cool. Cool. So that was that one, and it missed a hit. So we're going to have this one come up. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, it can get up to 20, so it's going to. It's going to try to go for a strike. That is does a 16 hit you?
I am going to use a reaction
to
cast a spell. One reaction, which I can take when a creature I see within 60 feet of me succeeds on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. I magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. They have to re-roll the attack and use the lower rolls. They basically retroactively just
okay.
Such a good spell.
Barbs.
It's a very good spell. And it's a good thing you did that. That's a natural 2.
Okay.
For a 7.
And then I can choose a different creature I can see within range to give them advantage on the next attack roll.
Yeah.
Ability check or saving throw it makes within 1 minute. And since I think I'll give that to Nick since he's in giant size. That's doing some extra damage. So yeah, I just I think I just again this puff of purpley pink powder goes into the thing's face. And yeah, I don't take the damage.
Yeah, it almost appears as flour on their face if you've ever seen something like that. It stays there for a bit.
Faint aroma of pie.
Very good, very good. Alrighty. And then one is going to try to break out of that restraint. And I didn't notice this before. It actually is technically immune from being restrained. So how I'm going to roll it is it just has advantage on getting out of it. I don't think it's going to get out of it even with advantage, but hey. Yeah, it was a DC 14, right?
15.
15? Yeah, no, it's not getting out of that.
I did hit a wild magic surge.
Oh,
after I cast Silvery Barb. I got a 2.
Alright, roll me that D100.
Cool.
It's all happening. It's all happening now.
67.
Alrighty. Okay, so I have to figure out who. Well, this shadow demon is closest to you, so you are frightened of that human until your next turn.
I'm frightened of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So I do this spell and then immediately like get down. Like I duck and cover.
For the chat, a 67 is you are frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn. So hey, at least you're not like scared of one of your teammates. That would have sucked. It would have been funny, but it would have sucked. Okay, so I think yes, that's all of them. So moving on to the next turn. Balfour, you are up.
Okay, well, Balfour's gonna do what fighters do best. I think what he's gonna do is take 2 shots at the shadow by his little halfling friend. Gonna raise up the musket and go, "Away from them, you scoundrel!" And take 2 shots. What the heck? Let's live life risky. 2 sharpshooter shots because he has the feat for that.
Ooh. All right.
So, first roll. That's not gonna work. That's a 10.
Oof.
Yeah, not even precision shot will help that. He was walking through the rain. The powder probably got wet.
Oh.
All right. Second shot.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Okay. Well, -5, so that's 13. We're gonna add precision shot for that. So we're gonna roll a d8 and add that to the total. Which perfectly compensates, so 18.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, even that 13 actually would have hit.
Oh, well, mind then, I guess.
You're good. You're totally good. You're totally fine.
Okay, so that is 1d12 plus 14 with the plus 10 added.
Ooh.
So that is 16 points of piercing damage.
Alrighty. Which one were you hitting again?
The one by...
Oh, perfect. Okay.
By Addie, yeah. Then he will action surge and take 2 more shots.
Alright.
So, yeah, let's do sharpshooter again. Why not? Why not? First roll. A 15 -5. So, probably will use the precision shot on that then.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. D8. Roll for that. So 14.
That'll hit.
Okay. That is 23 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, I'm assuming since this is +1, it's magical, right?
It is.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And final shot with the musket. And
the sharpshooter shot, that's not doing anything. So that... Yeah, we'll just let that be. So, yeah, that's his actions, and... can't really do anything with bonus action, so... Okay, that's his turn.
Alrighty. Yeah, you take 2 solid shots into this thing, and it's almost like with the last hit, there wasn't enough like recorporealizing for it to be a good shot on the last one. Yeah. Okay. That brings us up to Addie.
So Addie, after being hit by this creature, dropping blueberries and rhubarb everywhere all across the floor from their little foraging kit, is going to use their scimitar and their torch as their 2 weapons to take all 3 of their attacks. So scimitar first. What am I adding? That's going to be a 16 to hit.
Alrighty. That does hit.
And that's going to be 10 points. This is not magical, if that matters. So 10 points of slashing damage, piercing damage, I think. With the torch, because I just feel like it'll be fun. What do I add to hit? Is that going to be my dex?
Yeah, I would say dex.
I think so. Okay, so that's a 15 to hit.
Okay.
And I am treating it as a club DM, as long as that's okay with you.
Totally fine.
Cool. So that is going to be 1 point of damage. Well, no, but I do get to add my modifier for that second hit, so it's 5 points of damage total for that one. I took the 2-handed fighting, and then for my that was the 1 point of damage, because now I'm gonna do my second attack as my bonus action.
Sure
the
thing.
third attack as my bonus action, and that's a natural 20 with my scimitar. So that's gonna be a... Do you want me to double the dice or double what I roll?
Go ahead and double the dice.
Bless you. So it didn't do much. That's gonna be 7 points of damage. I rolled a 1 and a 2. But 7 points of damage with the scimitar. I'm gonna not leave its... I'm just gonna loop around to here and not leave its... Actually, no, I am. I'm afraid. I'm gonna run.
Okay.
I'm so scared of this thing. I don't like him.
This is fair.
I'm gonna get myself right there, and I'll just risk that attack of opportunity.
All right, it will probably go for it. Let's see. Does a 16 hit?
Yes.
Oh. Oof. All right. Ooh. Okay. That is 13 points of psychic damage as it reaches back out of you again. But luckily, you are away from it.
Yeah, I needed to be away from it. If we're using metaphors here, Addie's foraging pouch is looking pretty low, just so everyone is aware. There are not a lot of strawberries left in that foraging pouch, but that is the end of my turn.
Alrighty, that takes us to Nick. You are large and in charge.
As much as I would like to use it, I think these things call for something a little different. So he lifts his axe into the air and holds it forth, and by the great woodsman of old, I call the light. And I'm going to target this one here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I am going to drop the proverbial hammer on it. I am casting this. Ba-bum, bum, bum. Oh, and I get advantage on this, don't I? Because it's a spell.
That requires a saving throw.
Yeah. They have disadvantage on the saving throw. So if it's a roll to hit, it's different.
No, you're right.
Oh, you're good.
This one is the roll to hit. Ah, come on.
Oh, that's so sad. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, your beam of light scares this thing so much that even just out of reflex, it just hits the deck.
Oh, wait, hold on. Silvery Barbs is up.
Silvery
That's an attack
Barbs.
roll. That's an attack roll. I get to re-roll that.
Come
I
on.
get to roll that.
Come on.
Preemptively looking through all my stuff because I was like, I feel like this.
Here it comes. Okay. Go. Go. Do it.
Oh, the anticipation.
The anticipation. Come on, D&D Beyond. There it is. An 18 will hit. Roll me some damage on that.
Ooh. Nice.
22 radiant damage.
Man, this thing looks horrible. It's still up, but it looks horrible as this beam of pure light collides with it. It does more than you thought it would.
And whoever swings at it next has advantage.
Mm-hmm. Next attack roll.
From under my arm.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, it's just veiled. It is just veiled in light at this point. But yeah, Dido, thank you for the Redeem of Wild Magic. Oh no. Why did I allow this? This is my doing.
One of these nights is gonna be Fireball. Come on now.
Well, okay. What's a 77? Okay. So at 77, you cast Polymorph on yourself. If you fail the saving throw, you turn into a sheep for the spell's duration. Do you have a spell save DC?
I do. In fact, have a spell save DC. It is 13.
All right, so go ahead and roll me a wisdom save.
Okay, you got
I'm pretty
it.
sure that's what polymorph is, off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, you're not a sheep.
Although I will baa occasionally.
Yeah, your beard almost like becomes a little bit more woolen for just like a shock of a second.
And then as a bonus action, I am going to target my little friend who I have seen take what these shadows can do, and I know that they do more than just hurt the body. They hurt the soul. So I am casting Healing Word on you, and it's just a normal roll. So you will just get not the best, but you get 5 HP back.
I will take it. Thank you so much.
And that is actually because they've got all this wrapped up, and I can target anybody in this area. I'm actually going to move to the other side over here and kind of brandishing my axe, be like, "You want some of what I gave him? Because I got plenty."
Nice. Okay. That was a solid turn. All right, so before the top of the next round, I am going to go ahead and redeem the villain point that I got from Turk at the beginning of the stream. Thank you, Turk. As these 2 armored figures begin to also succumb to the shadows that are now making themselves known in the beginning of this, as they are going to move forward. I don't know if they're going to be able to get to anyone with their movement, though, so let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They're not. So they're going to go ahead and just stand there menacingly. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yep. They're just gonna stand there menacingly, ready to attack. They'll just be at the top of the round. And you are up.
Yes. Seeing Nick rush over to help Addie, so I don't have to do that. But the one south of Winnie is in rough shape, right?
Mm-hmm. It looks real bad after that guiding bolt.
I want to need to get the shadow off of our other caster, so I'm going to just spinning away from the shadow that I'm currently on, provoking attack if he wants to take it. I'm going to spin up here and so you're gonna make the attack before I do that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. It's closer to your AC, but still not it. That's a 16.
Nope.
We're like a lot of 11s.
Even without my blade song, still not
Yeah.
doing it. Yeah, so I kind of spin underneath its claw and try and slam my hand against the side of this other shadow. With advantage. I use Shocking Grasp. 16.
Ooh. Yeah, that'll hit.
Awesome. Uh, 9 points of lightning.
All right. So with your Shocking Grasp, you watch as the lightning itself arcs throughout this incorporeal or half corporeal body, as it doesn't seem to really do anything, except I will say it can't take the reaction as part of that spell succeeding. Just doesn't take the damage.
Cool. That's great. Then I'm going to spin back around. I'm going to take a step back and flick my whip at it as the other part of my blade attack.
Oh, very cool.
Whip it good.
Oh.
That's a natural 1. Cool.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm going to keep moving and put myself in between Winnie and the suit of armor.
Okay. And since it can't take reactions, pretty much like anyone can just like leave its combat space for this round, which is really good.
Yeah, that was the
okay.
main point of that. In case it didn't kill it. Yeah, so spin up on the other side of Winnie and just whip hanging down, staring at this armor.
All right. Cool. That takes us to Winnie.
Okay. Okay, so question. This always confuses me about frightened. So I have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of my fear is within line of sight. If I'm facing away from it, like if I was targeting something on the other side of it, would that still apply? I never know how to.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. I will say if you're just like targeting something else to do like a saving throw or something, for something else to do that saving throw, I'll say no. Though if it's some type of range thing, being within 5 feet of something causes disadvantage anyway.
Okay. I think I'm going to take advantage of the fact that it's that it can't react at least. And I'm gonna run away.
And I ran.
I can't move closer to it, I think, so I'm gonna go. I guess I'm gonna go over here next to Balfour, and then actually maybe I'll go on this side. And then I'm gonna try to take. This isn't like the best thing to do, but I don't want to do Chaos Bolt since they're immune to certain things and I can't control what type of damage it does. So I think I'm just gonna pull out my crossbow and take a crossbow attack on the one that's over here.
Okay.
So that's a 15.
That'll hit.
Okay, and I do get sneak attack, I believe, because Nick is within 5 feet.
Within 5 feet? Yeah.
Cool. So I'm gonna do piercing damage, and then I'll just roll it a second. Oh, it already did it. Okay, never mind.
Okay, all good.
Yeah, I didn't know that it would automatically add the sneak attack. How does it know? Okay, so I did a total, it was 8 piercing plus the 5 sneak attack damage, so that's 13.
13.
Piercing
Okay.
damage. It's not a magical weapon, though.
Okay. So yeah, each of you that are attacking with non-magical weapons, you can tell it's not doing as much damage. It's still doing damage though. Okay. But that one is also looking pretty bad, just by the sheer amount of hits that it's taken.
Can I bonus action hide behind Balfour?
I'll allow it.
He's a big
I know
boy.
it's probably going to be a high stealth check, but
I like it. Let's do it. That sounds fun.
That's a 15. Oh wait, no, it's a 24. Why did I roll
24.
twice? Yeah,
Look
it's
at you. You feel pretty sufficiently hidden in the shadows and behind your friend. Alrighty. That will bring us to the shadows. Okay. We're just gonna start with this top left one over here. It's going to take a swipe at Nick. And is not going to go with the natural one. In fact, it is going to try to reincorporate itself into the shadows. Hide action is a bonus action, but you will get an attack of opportunity on it, Nick.
Oh, good. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. And the magic weapon swing.
Okay, an 18 will hit.
And that's one-handed damage.
Okay.
You get
do you have a magical weapon?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So before this thing can even try to melt back into the shadows, you manage to just dispatch it completely from the ground as it just scatters. That one is effectively out of combat. As I delete it. Get out of here. Yeet. Okay. So, we're gonna go over to the top right and see if this thing can get out. I love this. No. That's a literal 0. It has a -5 to strength. If you can tell, that's a 0. I think it's more fun this way. It's caught in the tiles.
If it has a -5 to strength, what's my spell? Oh, it has to roll a natural 20.
Yeah, it's not gonna make it. It's fine. It'll just be over there. Okay. This one is going to come on up to Balfour and try to take a swipe.
All right.
Whoop. I don't think a 15 hits you.
It does not.
All right. Does not hit. So it lurches forward. And still, it looks menacing, but it doesn't do anything. Okay. And last one is going to go for Inea. For a unnatural 20.
Ooh.
Nope. Still miss. I catch its hand with my whip and pull it to the side.
I love that. Man, girls got AC. All right.
Lead singers, man.
Lead singers. Okay. Cool. I think that's all of them. All right. Let's move on over to Balfour.
Okay. Balfour does not like having enemies to his rear, so he's going to take 2 sharpshooter attacks, one for the one behind him, and one for the one by the blade singer. So the one directly in front of him, and because he has the gunner feat, he does not get disadvantage for ranged attacks within 5 feet.
Very nice.
Excellent.
So the one right behind him, 17 minus 5, that's 12.
12 will just miss.
Okay, would I be able to put a precision strike on that?
I mean, y'all, like, I've hinted 13 being the AC anyway. That's totally fine.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll go with
Dido, thank you for the subs.
That is 23 points of magical piercing damage.
Oof.
And,
all right.
And one behind the Blade Singer. Okay.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
5. That is, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
As 19 points of magical piercing damage.
Oh, it looks so bad. It's on its last legs. Like, it is. It is so close to going down.
Right. And that is just because he feels he's about to get bushwhacked, he's going to use a bonus action to use Second Wind.
All right.
So let's see, that is 10 points.
Very nice.
Brings it back up to full, I think.
Yeah. Very good. All right, are you planning on moving anywhere?
He's actually pretty sad. He's a soldier. He wants to be in the thick of battle.
Yeah. Alrighty, I like it. Okay, that moves us on to Addie then.
He is nothing if not a fool and is going to rush right back in and take all 3. Addie knows what vibes they're here for. And is going to take all 3 attacks against this terrifying soldier thing. So first one, oh, that was the wrong. Ooh, a 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
Such a good hit. Good job, Addie. That one's going to be 9 points of piercing damage. Second one is going to be with the. Oh no, second one here. That's going to be another 26 to hit.
Very good.
And that one's going to be 6 points of piercing damage.
All right.
And the final one is only going to be a 7 to hit.
Yeah, 7 will unfortunately not hit, but you managed to get 2 solid hits against this armor. But as you're noticing again, this metal against metal isn't doing as much damage as you think it would against a normal mortal being, I guess. Yeah. Okay, is there anything else you would like to do?
That's it for my turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to Nick.
Alright. Well, Nick is gonna move first.
I didn't imagine like the stomp.
Let's see that. Now I'm enlarged. I don't have reach though. I just do extra damage. Okay, we're gonna step to here. I'll risk from that guy. That suit of armor.
Alrighty. Let me figure out what his modifier is for that. I was just gonna go for one-handed strike against you, but I don't think a 13 is gonna hit you.
No.
All right.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna start off with the guy who got lambasted by the searing strike,
All right.
or the guiding bolt last time.
Mhm.
So I'll start with him. They're gonna get a bit of the axe question. So that is 9, but I get an additional D4 because I'm big. So 10 magical slashing damage.
As you cleave this one in half again, that one is out of the equation.
Okay, good. So the second strike's going to go against this one.
All right.
Here, because 2 attacks around is awesome. Oh. Okay. Give it a second, see if it actually logged. Not. So we're going to hit it again. And 9. And another D4.
All right, for an even 10. That makes math easier for me.
I know, right?
That was much nicer. Yeah, is this one being a little less hit than the others? It's definitely hurt, pretty badly, but still kicking. All right,
Yeah,
is there anything else you'd like to do?
No. I'll just I'll just wait. I'm not gonna throw another bonus action out there just yet. So
Alright.
that will be my turn.
Cool, that takes us back to the top of the round with these 2 armored beings. They are also not afraid to get into the thick of it with this combat. So they are, again, going to move forward into everything. And is going to, or both of them are going to divvy out their attacks. They get 2 attacks each. The first one on this, on the left, is going to take 1 strike at Balfour and 1 strike at Addie. So first one we'll do at Balfour. Does a 17 hit you?
That does hit.
Okay. So, I'll be better at saying if this is 1 hand or 2 hand. Or, I'm just going to assume all of them are 1 hand. That's going to be the better way to do it. But hey, that is 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And the second hit will go towards Addie. For I'm so sorry, I keep rolling so high on yours. That's a 24.
I'm gonna
Definitely hits.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do silvery barbs again.
Oh, okay. Love it. Oh, that's probably gonna help you. A 10 doesn't hit, right?
10 does not hit.
Amazing.
God.
We love to see it. Oh my God.
I'll wink at Addie and give what they're doing.
Yes.
Wait. Sorry, what was the last part, Winnie? I didn't hear that.
So with silvery barbs, I get to choose someone to give them advantage on their next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, so I'm giving it to you.
And he just, ducks to the ground under the hit and jumps back up. Thanks, best friend! And gets ready for the next attack.
When you duck down, I think we're next to each, because I crouched down to hide, so I think when you crouch down, I wink at you, but our heads are, right next to each other, and then you go back up.
Okay. Awesome. All right. We still have 1 more to go. Or I could just not take their turn, but I remembered it this time. So first hit will go towards Nick. For an 18 to hit. No, oh my gosh, y'all have giant ACs. How? I never
wearing
play high
mithril.
AC.
I'm wearing mithril full plate
Ah, okay.
and wielding a shield.
Aha. Very good. Okay, that is one more hit towards your Nair. That probably will hit with the 24 as well.
24, I will shield. She goes to catch it with her whip and misses and almost stumbles back, and just a bunch of like fall leaves swirl up and enough to let me slip out of the way.
As the blade clatters against it, is unable to go through. But that brings us to your turn. Did you somehow mute? I'm not hearing.
Can you hear me?
There
now?
you go. There you go.
I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Does this thing qualifies as wearing armor made of metal, since it is armor made of metal?
If you are thinking in terms of something like heat metal, I don't know if it would really do damage against it.
No. Shocking Grasp, you have advantage if the target is wearing armor made of metal.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Just wondering, since it technically is armor made of metal. So
Yeah, it's just like
it's
it's highly dependent on spell, because it's just like, at least in my mind, heat metal is more like the burning of skin of something that's wearing metal, but like this is conducting a bunch of it, so works for me.
Yeah, then I throw my shield up, and underneath its strike, I jab my hand up towards its chest. Damage. Natural 20.
Yes.
Nice.
If I click advantage, if to roll it twice. Did it? It did not. So 12 plus. Do you want to double that to 24? Or do you want me to roll again?
Yeah, let's just double it. Let's just round it out, make that easier. Okay. That's a lot of damage.
Of lightning damage, and I will back up quickly, spinning away from it, whipping my whip out at it as I do.
Amazing. All right. Very cool. Is there anything else you would like to do?
Well, I get the attack with my whip as well.
Oh.
Which is an 18 to hit.
Let me take a look. An 18 misses.
That's fine. I'll keep spinning backwards, and I'm going to go. Let's go back to here for now. And that is my turn.
Alrighty. Awesome. That takes us to Winnie.
Okay, Winnie's crouched on the ground. The thing that she was afraid of is dead now, so that's nice. I'm gonna bonus action disengage.
Okay.
And come back here. Maybe like come over here, I think. Is that what I want to do?
Same, like a little further. I do that. I do
further
that too.
back. I got a lot of movement. And then I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna do it at second level, I think. I'm gonna cast Chaos Bolt on this one.
Alrighty.
So let me roll that. I think. Oh no, that was disadvantage. Okay, I was trying to remember what the thing was. Did it go through? Oh, I didn't cast it. That's why it didn't go through. That's a 23 to hit.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And then it's an 8, so that is thunder damage to it.
Ooh, okay.
So it does 15 plus 9 thunder damage to that one.
Woof.
As Winnie's casting it, she's very scrambly right now because she's not technically still frightened, but she's still like freaked out about what's going on. And so she's like kind of like on all fours almost going to where she's going. And as she casts Chaos Bolt, it just is this like warbly thing of energy that's almost like spilling out of her hand, like she almost can't control it, and she's just going shit, fuck. Her accent is gone. The pretense is up as she casts thunder damage at this suit of armor.
Amazing. Are you rolling wild magic on that?
Yes, I should. I didn't yet. That's a 7, so I'm good.
All right. We do have a wild magic regime, but I'm gonna randomize it because it's random. So let me just roll a d10 real fast. Nick, I'm so sorry. I rolled you again. All right. Let's see what this is. I rolled a 43, which means for the next minute you can teleport up to 20 feet as a bonus action on each of your turns. That is correct. I love that.
Oh my God. Paladin.
Yeah, I'm very surprised I haven't rolled Positive Plant yet. That one's kind of the best one, at least in my book. But alrighty, very cool.
Is
that
the
was
suit of armor still up after the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're just starting to enter the fray here. But okay. That takes us to the shadows then. You have 2 left. You know what? We're gonna try this top right one first. Well, no. That's still a 12. And at this point, I feel like it's discouraged enough as a little like shadow thing that it's just gonna give up. It's just gonna disappear back into the shadows, never to be seen again. Yeet. It's gone.
Either that or it waits for Nick to come over and touch it.
Exactly.
Over and poke you.
It knows it's just gonna go away back to its realm. But this one is still scrappy and fighting over here, and is going to try to hit Balfour. So we're gonna try this. That's a 22.
That'll hit my boy.
Alrighty. That is 12 points of psychic damage. As it did not like being ignored as you face this armor thing briefly. Okay. That is all they can do. So it is your turn.
All right. Yeah, Balfour is going to. I think he's going to take one. Well, let's see how this goes first. Shot 1 is going to be at the shadow, and we'll make it a sharpshooter shot because why not? -5. That's not going to work. Let's use that last superiority die. Why not? 98. Roll. And that's 12. Okay, so that's not going to work either.
Just short. Unfortunate.
Okay, well, he's got another shot, so we'll do that again.
Yeah.
Sharpshooter, boom. That was almost a 17. -5, that is 11.
Mm-hmm.
I should have just made that a normal shot.
It's all good. So, as the last one of its troop here, it is very dedicated to not getting hit. It's the last one holding up the cause. Okay, that takes us to Addie.
Addie is gonna jump back in and just keep swinging at the suit of armor. So that first attack is with advantage. So that's gonna be a 25 to hit.
Oh yeah.
And that is 5 points of non-magic piercing damage. Second attack is gonna be a 10 to hit.
Oh.
And then third attack is going to be a 14 to hit.
Unfortunately, those last two don't hit. You got solid purchase on the first one, though.
Yeah.
Knocked it across the helmet. Went
Addie,
sideways for a little bit.
Went in for that first hit and was feeling real cool, and then just swung at the air right in front of them. Didn't even look. Thought they were cool enough to not look, and it did not work out.
Alrighty. Alright, that takes us to Nick.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's see. We've got one shadow left here. So that's the first thing to go. So we're going to swing at the shadow. And swing number 1.
Oh, yeah.
And then the extra. For 11 points of magic slashing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, it looks so bad. It's so close to going down. Y'all don't understand.
It's okay. The good news is I have a second attack.
That'll hit. Right, is yeeted to lack of existence.
And what are these things now that the last shadow's gone? Are they still all angry looking, or?
For the moment being, they still look pretty aggro.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I'll move action step to there, and that's my turn.
Alrighty. And that takes us to the armor. So they are going to do a very similar thing. We'll start with top left again. Go 1 strike towards Addie, which I don't know. I don't think a 14 hits you.
14 just hits.
Oh, it does. I've tried. Okay. Well, it's one-handed strike. And I rolled a 1 on damage. So, that is 5 slashing damage.
Cool.
1 hit towards Balfour. Which that's the natural 5. That's not gonna hit. Then 2 strikes towards Nick. Yeah, first one's like 25.
That'll hit.
Second one's a 24.
That'll also hit.
All right. Wow. Okay, this blue D8 wants to keep rolling 1s, but I mean that works in your favor. First attack is 5 points of slashing. Second attack is.
Is it magical slashing?
That is a great question. Considering this is magical armor, like, I'll say yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it has magic Oh, I didn't realize I had magic resistance too. Interesting. All right. And the second attack is going to be 10 slashing.
Cool.
Alrighty. Yeah, okay, so I did both hits. Okay, Grenea, it is your turn.
Yeah. I could move my swirling hand of tiles, but I'm guessing these things have a pretty high strength score looking at them. Probably going to drop that spell. I'm just going to let that spell fall. I am going to... I'm moving towards this one here because I want to absorb some of these blows it's dealing out. But before I get there, I'm going to crack my whip and throw a chromatic orb at 3rd level at it.
Alright.
We're going to do... I haven't tried thunder yet, so I'm going to do thunder with my whip.
Whoa.
Oh.
27 points of thunder damage.
Yeah,
Nice.
no, that'll do it. As you see this armor just clatter to the floor in multiple pieces, from the thunder damage that just decimated the connection between plates. Yeah.
She looked a little surprised.
Let's delete it.
In that case, I'm gonna go up here and try and maybe get some of these strikes off of Addie. That's my turn.
Alrighty. That takes us to Winnie.
Okay. I think. I think I'll do a crossbow bolt. So I'll move here, and take an attack with a crossbow. So that is it's only a 10 to hit, but I do have Tides of Chaos. Once for a long rest, I can gain advantage on one attack roll. And
Go for it.
You can have me roll on the Wild Magic Search table after it. Next time I cast a spell, basically.
Yeah.
So I'll try it again. Let's see. Crossbow. That's even worse.
Talk about chaos.
So yeah, again. Winnie is just still going like, fuck, shit, fuck, like scrambling to get like her crossbow bolt out, which she's not even that good with, and misses.
Oh my gosh. Alright, well, the shadows are not here anymore. I'm gonna take that out. Alright, well, that brings us to Balfour then. There is one thing standing in front of you remaining.
Alright, I think Balfour's been trying to place like really precise, exact shots, but such a dark environment, it's hard to make out borders, so he's gonna kind of switch shooting styles a little bit. Just goes, right, enough snipe hunting, time for Jabberwock. And he will try to put 2 bullets in the suit, not sharpshooter, just regular. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. 10 magical piercing.
Alright.
And second shot. 17.
17 will miss, unfortunately.
Fair enough. And for movement, I think he's going to back away
over here. Take your attack of opportunity if you wish.
Yeah, probably will. We'll probably hit with, what is your modifier again? Oh yeah, that's a 23.
Yep, go ahead.
I rolled max on damage. Why'd you do that? That's 12 slashing damage.
Okay. He's keeping. I'd say he's keeping a stiff upper lip. Yeah, a stiff upper lip, but elephant lips are integrated into the trunk, so he's keeping a stiff upper trunk.
Very nice. All right. Oh, I did not move the turn order. Okay. That takes us to Addie.
Addie's fucking swinging.
Let's go.
Addie is tired of being wailed on.
Have to go
Natural
monster.
20.
Yes.
So that is gonna be. Ooh, and it auto does it for me. 9 points of non-magic piercing damage. Second hit is gonna be another natural 20.
Yes.
Oh, but that one's only with the. So that's gonna be 4, 6, 10 points of non-magic bludgeoning damage. And third hit. Are we 3? No, damn it. That's only gonna be a 16 to hit.
Well, as just a flurry of weapon strikes goes forward, it's going to be very obvious to you why the third one didn't hit pretty soon. How would you like to finish this combat?
Yes! He hits first with the scimitar and kind of just like wedges it into the armor to kind of bring it down to level, and then leaves the scimitar there, grabs the torch, and like a baseball bat just swings to try to knock the head off the suit of armor.
And off it goes, just echoing in this large marble and stone chamber, as effectively combat is over. Very well done, everybody. Let's get this combat music off, though. Let's do this one. And as you all are able to get over the adrenaline of the heat of the fight and the echoing of armor clattering to the floor, finally ceases ringing throughout the room. You look back up to the queen that's just had these shadows on her face this entire time the combat has run. As the various statues and things begin glowing in this chamber again, you can see just how tired her eyes look, but where they were maybe a little cloudy before, there's clarity to them once again. She looks to either side of the chamber where these heavy drapes have been. You can see these little lines of light between where each one can be. And before even saying anything to any of you, she runs over to one of them and just yanks them open to see a clear sky. There is still a lot of rain and water on the sidewalks and roads and in the gutters on the roofs, but the sun is back. And she just looks to all of you with tears in the corners of her eyes, says, I don't know how you did it, but you found what was wrong, and you brought my queendom back to what it used to be. I don't know how to thank you enough.
Well, we certainly did what we could, what we're seemingly quite good at.
Yeah, it wasn't a problem at all. And Winnie is like casting prestidigitation to like get her fur back into like she was looking a little a little out of sorts.
Addie just leans over to Winnie and just says, "You sounded kind of different during the fight."
I don't know what you could possibly mean by that.
Well, I was just gonna say you sound a lot nicer now, so I don't know what happened, but
Who knows what could happen during the heat of the battle and the fog of war. Different person.
Sometimes all it takes is a little bit of light shined in the dark spots to chase away the shadows. And sometimes that light is actual light. Sometimes it's pies. Sometimes it's socks filled with little toys.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, we hope that you'll come to the table for negotiations. That's what we were sent here for. Although we got a little sidetracked.
Yeah, she's evening out the wrinkles on her dresses. Yes, I will have to make preparations to make the travel, but absolutely. Anything I can do to help. I don't know how long it's been since I've talked to the rest of them. Kind of fix this. And before each of you, the guards that were there previously, like they opened the door very alarmed as this entire combat happened without them being around. And when they see that everything is safe, the queen will nod at them, and they hand to each of you a raven feather. Take this as a token of my agreement to do this.
Thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty.
And thank you all.
Well, I believe that's 3 down, 1 to go.
I hope it's more negotiation rather than all this fighting. I'm feeling
Well, we were told she was vain. If we explain that the other 3 are meeting, how could she possibly miss it?
Yes,
Exactly. It'll be the place to be.
Yes, surely she will be overcome with, how do the young ones say, the FOMO.
Oh, now it's canon again. Oh, all right. The guards will escort you out of the castle, and you are free to get to the next queendom, the last queendom.
as we are headed that way, I'm going to heal myself with the potion that I have. And then, because Mia the player's an idiot, but Addie is not, Addie is going to pull out this nice little witch's broom and snap their fingers, and it's going to lift up, just up to their sort of waist level, and they're going to hop on and cruise along next to the rest of the party.
Oh my god.
Forgot that I grabbed that.
Oh, do we have mass cure wounds or something like that?
You do, because you got 5 subs. You have 5 uses of that. If you would like to do that.
And Addie gets that as well.
Thanks!
Or it's mass healing words, not mass cure words. I'm not that crazy. That would be crazy. Alright. Okay. And as you all are walking out of the kingdom to head to the next, you swear that your vision or something is sharper. You're more aware of your surroundings. As a result of getting these raven feathers, You all currently have advantage on all wisdom-based checks.
Cool.
Addie left a pie for the queen. Forgot to say it. That Addie definitely remembered.
Well, alrighty. So getting to the Queendom of Diamonds. There again is a fair amount of space of the wonderland that you all are used to seeing, the wild, untamed portion of it. Before you get to the next one, as I move you all over again. And I couldn't find the best image. It's not nearly as bleak as this. This one is not raining, but the style of buildings is very similar. The town and the surrounding areas of the castle itself are very, they're squalid in comparison to the castle. There are various beggars lining the streets, and many faces of the subjects are pretty bleak. Just looking up towards this castle is towering over the rest of it. It is probably just opulent beyond belief. There are topiaries of the queen's image in the courtyard that you're seeing just yonder, and intricate statues. This direct contrast of everything else in the area.
Is there a tavern?
So yeah.
Can Addie just run in and grab a bottle really quick? Purchase one, not steal one. But...
Yep, sure.
Cool. How much gold do you want to mark off?
I mean, it depends. Like, what kind of bottle are you getting?
Addie wants like a top shelf bottle. Addie's has never drank before, so they wouldn't know any better. But
I mean, even like top shelf, like you have to realize that the difference between adventurer money and like commoner money is still like a lot. Like I think it's like maybe a gold piece.
Cool. Addie, in that case, Addie will buy 5.
Oh my gosh.
And the barkeep is shocked. It's an absolute shock.
And we'll give the barkeep 10 gold for it, 2 gold apiece for it, and just walk out with these clinking bottles, much like they did with the pies, and bring them back to the group and set them down and say, I was going to get one of these just for Nick, because Nick, you said you didn't like it when parents would say they would leave a drink for you, but wouldn't actually give you one. But they were very affordable, so I thought everybody might like one, and just hand them out. So everybody now has a bottle of very fancy alcohol.
Oh my gosh. Winnie, like, at first looks kind of nervous when you come out, and then looks relieved, and was like, I was going to say, I know we did well in that fight, but I thought that was a little much for celebrating. But now that I know that it's a gift for all of us, I'm less concerned. I'm going to quickly pull out a little not alcohol bottle of my own while this is happening, and dab some perfume. And there's like a scent of like violets and like very floral scent. As I'm going to, before we go into whatever is about to happen, use my perfume of bewitching, which might not matter at all, but it gives me advantage on certain charisma checks.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yeah.
One other thing, real quick, DM. Could Addie have asked the tavern keeper to put a pie in the oven? A big one?
You know, since you gave him 10 gold, sure.
Cool. Addie just said, put that pie in the oven, we'll be back for it, take it out when it's ready. We're back to the group.
Alrighty. So, as you all are heading into the castle, just based on the pomp and circumstance with which you have walked in with everything, and how different you look from really everyone else in the queendom so far. They just let you on in. They think you know what you're doing. You should be here. Are the party peeps. And as you walk towards the throne room itself, you see her, the Queen of Diamonds. I can show that to everybody. There we go. She is a pretty gaudily dressed woman with this vibrant makeup around her eyes and somehow on her pointed ears. And is wearing very ritually covered garments that are lined with gold. There are quite a few different couriers around her, different courtly people, quite a few people just walking around as just a general vibe of the area. She cuts her eyes over to the rest of you though. Hey. Oh, well, look who made it. The so-called adventurers that have gone to all the other kingdoms and saved the best for last.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Your Majesty. That's what I was about to say.
So tell me, what have my counterparts had you do so far?
The Queen of Hearts forth several challenges for us. Tests of skill and strength, similar things. The Queen of Spades, the poor thing, evidently, kingdom had an infestation of strange shadow creatures, which even infiltrated her own royal guard. Dreadful business, really. And the Queen of Clubs simply wishes for all of the queens to gather at one table and truly hammer out a deal for a better wonderland.
Right, the whole altruism and everything. So I don't care too much for the politics about it, but I am not going to let you all just go scot-free. I'm a very busy person. There are lots of people around. I can't just go out and do this. So I think it's only fair that I pose some type of challenge.
Well, and if I may ask your Royal Majesty, what challenge would you be offering?
Well, something rather easy, just something that requires you to think. I mean, the Queen of Hearts handles everything with brute force, let's be honest. And, well, the Queen of Spades hasn't really handled anything at all. So, let's just have you think. What do you say? It'll be easy.
As you wish.
What say the rest of you? You've all been rather quiet.
Well, I don't pride myself much on thinking, but I'm happy to give it a shot.
Willing to tackle a problem you may throw at us. We've proven ourselves in all the other courts, so I'm sure we can here as well.
Are you sure that this kind of thing, I mean, you're a busy woman. Are you sure that you need to put us to some sort of test? It seems like more of a waste of your time, Your Majesty.
Well, you're right. You could help me kill two birds with one stone. I was hoping for some entertainment for all of my guests here.
Winnie does a deep curtsy and says, "Oh, well, my apologies then. Carry on. Happy to entertain."
Well, is that all? And She looks directly at you, Nick.
You wish to ply us with a test, then who are we to say no? The other queens have already had their tests and tribulations for us to overcome, and we've done so, and they've agreed to come speak to each other, so what would make you any different?
Fair enough. And as she snaps her fingers, in a very similar way that the room changed for the gauntlet to appear, a very similar thing happens, but takes you to a large banquet hall. And, oh, I forgot to move your tokens over here. Hold on. Not that it matters too much, it just helps the vibe. Copy. Then paste y'all. Oh gosh. Also, you're not so large. And as you all appear in this room, just to say, have a seat wherever you like.
Can I do like some sort of insight or perception check to see if the wherever we sit is some kind of test?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and roll an insight.
Okay. I'm not very insightful, but I'll give it a shot at least. 12.
Oh, this is wisdom based, isn't it? You do have advantage.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll give it a second shot.
Oh,
10.
Okay, we'll keep that 12. I mean, looking at each of the tables, there's nothing on them yet. Doesn't really seem to be anything about this challenge that pertains to where you sit.
Okay. Also over here.
Alrighty. So, sitting at the head of the table, the queen will snap her fingers again. Say, let's feast. And a very opulent spread of food appears before you, from different types of bread, meats, cheeses. There are some grapes. It is just a massive spread of different vegetables, including some of the corn that you saw from the Queendom of Clubs. There are various types of salads. There's just stuff all across the board. And say, well, okay. Before anyone digs in, little disclaimer here. There's only one thing in this feast that is not poisoned. And you must choose wisely to figure out which one it is. We will see who is right and who is dead. Begin.
Can you say again what the different foods are?
Oh yeah. Just across the board, there are different meats. There are grapes, different cheeses, breads, corn, salads. If you looked hard enough, there's probably a drink amongst this as well.
Interesting. Only one is not poisoned. Would Buffer be able? This is definitely a little out there. Would he be able to
detect anything by smell if the food in front of him has any kind of common off smell. You can maybe like detect the poison.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for that. I like that. This is a very like open skill challenge type of thing.
Okay.
Whatever you all like, any skills, any abilities, anything that you think will help, go ahead.
So be investigation, and I'm gonna make that advantage because he's using smell. Sir Snifferton, do your thing. Well, that's no good.
Sniffing around, a lot of it smells good, and it's, I don't know, just homogenous with any large banquet you've ever seen or smelled.
Not able to smell anything.
Let me give it a try. Say a few arcane words and move her hand through a couple motions. And I was looking at the wording of locate object, and you describe an object, a particular kind of object, and I would like to describe unpoisoned food.
You know what? I'm gonna leave this up to roll. I really like that. I think that's very clever. So we'll make this as a part of your power to cast this and hone in on everything. So let's do spellcasting modifier. So roll just an intelligence check to see if you
Just
can
intelligence,
narrow
not
down.
Arcana.
This is raw casting ability.
Okay. A roll 20 for once tonight. Be nice to me.
Come on, roll 20.
And this is just a straight roll. This isn't advantage or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't think you all have any floating advantages left.
That's a 10.
A 10. I will say you at least help narrow it down. You hone in on the various foods across this entire spread. And the section of the table that has more things like meats just gives an off vibe. It's not what you're looking for, so you can probably rule out that those are poisoned.
I think Winnie is kind of looking around and says, Your Majesty, if I can get a clear understanding of what exactly we're doing here today. You want us to find some item of food or drink in this room that is not poisoned. Is that correct?
Correct.
Winnie grins a very wide grin, reaches into her bag and pulls out the wine or the alcohol that Addie gave her, and says, "Well, I'm fairly certain that my friend wouldn't have given me poisoned wine." Takes a drink of it, like pops the bottle and takes a sip. And I can make like a obviously this is not the intended solution, but I can make a persuasion check.
It's very clever though. Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Okay. 26.
That is very clever. That is incredibly clever. Tell you what, in exchange for that, I will give you a little bit of a hint. How about that?
I suppose that'll do. At least I have something to drink on.
Well, if you listen very closely, the answer would be very clear to you. If only you would lend an ear.
Addie, Mia doesn't know if this is right, but Addie would immediately jump at the chance, runs to the table, grabs some corn, and takes a bite.
You you all watch as this halfling just like gets onto the table. I'm guessing you're running across the entire spread of things. Things are just flying to the wayside, and as you bite into this cord, there's this bated breath against like the entire court that's been watching from the sides. The rest of your party, it just kind of waits. You kind of wait. Nothing seems to happen. When with a very wry grin, the Queen of Diamonds says, "Wow, well, they took one hint. I'm impressed."
Addie, standing on the table, just holds the corn up very victoriously, like posing like a figure, corn in hand.
Kalu Kale! Well struck, my friend, well struck.
Alrighty. And I guess with that, I'll throw in my tokens. I see they've already dressed you in all of theirs. As she will hand each of you what looks like a little cutlery set on top of a brooch. This little thing, it's glittering like diamonds, and a couple of little red stones. Say, don't keep the Queen of Clubs waiting. I'm sure she wants to hear from you rather quickly.
He kind of leans in. Was any of the other food actually poisoned?
Oh, you're asking the Queen this?
Yes, directly.
The same big grin. Very
dejectedly takes another ear of corn and sits back down on the moon and starts floating over.
I think when Addie like ran across the table, like something got like splashed onto Winnie, and there's like a quick moment where someone might see that like the purple in her fur is like goes away for a second, and she very like quickly like tugs her clothing down.
Well, all right. If there are no other questions, you all can make it back to the Queendom of Clubs without incident. As I take you back all to the original starting screen.
I grab my pie. It's a delicious rhubarb pie, ready to share for everybody.
Rhubarb pie is kind of the best.
I've actually never eaten pie before. I've had pie like twice in my life, and I always pick it as a thing, and then I'm like, I don't actually know what goes in pie. I hope somebody else can help me. So I'm glad this worked out.
Yeah, rhubarb pie, especially rhubarb custard pie.
That's exactly what it is. You took the words out of my mouth.
Renee is very thankful for it. Makes a comment on how it's just like her wife used to make.
We're getting hit with the peels at the very end. What do I do? No, I know what to do. You all make it back to the Queendom of Clubs and are greeted very warmly by the entire city as they all look at the various tokens that you've gotten from the other queens. And the Queen of Clubs is overjoyed to see all of you. I can't believe you did it. I was so worried, but you managed to do it. I can't thank you all enough.
It was a piece of cake, or should I say pie?
Well, you are all always welcome to the Queendom of Clubs, and should you ever want to become even honorary Knights of this Queendom, you are certainly welcome.
Excellent. A new title to add to the list.
I think that sounds super cool. Could we keep the pendant that you gave us?
It is the only one I have of that one, but you can keep the other tokens, for sure.
Sorry, Winnie. I was gonna try and steal it for you.
Winnie is like looking at you the way that like kids in class are like, I thought we had homework. And everyone Winnie just like very reluctantly takes the pendant out and hands it back to the queen.
So there's a moment of recognition where Addie's like, I shouldn't have asked. Got it.
All right. And as she returns the pendant around her neck, she takes one of the sabers from one of the guards around and is willing to knight whoever would like to become a knight of this court.
Addie lines up, without a doubt, pie in hand, ready to go.
Yep. Balfour as well. Break stance.
I stand a few steps back and just sketch each of them as they get knighted. Add that to the stories in my book.
Yeah, Winnie steps up to be knighted. Seems like kind of not sure at first, and then kind of shrugs, and steps up.
All right, Nick, do you step up?
No, unfortunately, Your Majesty, I must not be beholden to any crown or country upon this place and any other. It is mine to, well, travel by myself.
Understood. Well, even not as an official title, you're always welcome here. And with that, the three of you are knighted, and all of you happily go off into the sunset, as many stories of heroes do. And I think that is where we are going to end our story today. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to my table for joining me for this. I was super excited to run this when I heard that Alice in Wonderland theme things were happening. Like, I've got the thing. I've already written it. This was kind of a fever dream, but it happened. I'm so thankful for all of the people that showed up to hang out in chat, all of the point redeems, follows, subs, donos, all of it. You all went nuts, and I could not thank you more for it. I have been Sir Heckalot, your GM, tonight, running this amazing group of adventurers through things. You can find me on all of the social medias at Sir Heckalot, including Twitch, Itch, Instagram, Twitter, like anywhere. Just find me. It's the best place to figure out where I will be next in the TTRPG space. But I can tell you for the next week or so, you can find me on TPK Roleplay for this Thursday and Friday for a Tyranny of Dragons campaign and a Rime of the Frost Maiden campaign. You can find me this coming Saturday on the Hype Goblins channel for a new Manera campaign. And then July 4th, if you're not doing anything to celebrate the holiday, I will be here basically all day with the Honey Heist and Call of Cthulhu. And I'm very excited for both of them. But let's go around the horn for the rest of my players to plug their things. Who are you? Where can we find you? What are you doing next? Starting with Steve.
Hey, I'm Steve. Had great fun playing Balfour. Uh, Definitely an out there character. I've been wanting to play a character of this description for a while, and it kind of started with a pun, having an elephant gun slinger. It is so dumb. But I kind of spiraled into the character that I was able to play here. Also very inspired by Colonel Hothy. But in any case, I tend to lurk around Discords such as the one involved with this channel. I'm also on Twitter under SteveChua91, where I mostly post pictures of really cool nature things. I have a couple projects I'm working on, one of which is kind of a historical food-based supplemental book. But otherwise, I just kind of hang around and have fun.
All right, taking on over to Taylor.
Hi, I'm Taylor, and I'm on pretty much any platform at Roll for Felicity, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. On Twitch, I do a bunch of one-shots. Usually I'm jamming them. Some that I have coming up are on the 9th. I'm going to be running a game of Brindlewood Bay, which I'm really excited for. It's going to be my first time running that, and it's a very fun game. And then also, I don't have the date yet, but sometime this month I'm going to be running a one-shot of Orbital Blues, which I have played before, and it's very fun. I like that game a lot. And then also on the 12th, I'm going to be guesting over on Chaotic Wonderful, playing 7th Sea, which I don't know anything about, but I'm very excited for that game. And also, if you follow me on YouTube, my most recent VOD is an Our Flag Means Death inspired game of Thirsty Sword Lesbians. So that one shot is up on YouTube now, and it was very, very fun. Also, it was one of the players' first times ever playing a tabletop RPG, which I love. Anytime that I can be like the first time someone gets to play a game, that's very fun. But yeah, I was really happy to be here. This was so much fun. I love Alice in Wonderland, and you all were so much fun to play with, so thank you.
All right, taking on over to Kyle.
Hey everybody, Kyle, Shadowhawk around the interwebs. I can be found by that name pretty much everywhere. If it's spelled like it's spelled here, it's me. I mostly hang out over on the Lost Caravan Discord. You can come on over and join us all there. It's a great place to hang out. I play in a lot of one shots here. You can also find me every Sunday afternoon in the afternoon Lancer game. Yeah, it was an absolute blast tonight. I'm glad I got to play a semi-surprise person showing up in Wonderland because, why not?
All right, taking us over to Mia.
Hey everyone, my name is Mia. I am on Twitter and Instagram at uptight_chiffon, like the material. I am relatively new to the TTRPG world, so I am not doing any of the fancy things that my other party members are doing. So definitely go and support them and check them out. But I am new to the Lost Caravan, so I'm really excited to be here. And I, will ramble on Instagram and Twitter. So go hang out there. And if you're ever looking for somebody to play a random game with, I am always around.
Awesome. And last but not least, we have Anna.
Yes, that's me. Game was so much fun. Very happy to be able to play this character and play with all of you, most of you for the first time. Yeah, had a lot of fun tonight. But I'm Anna, aka Archival Dust Bunny, most places on the internet. I'm a queer and trans advocate, museum worker, and TTRPG streamer and podcaster. If any of that sounds interesting, you can find me on Twitter at Archival Dust Bun. As far as where to find me normally, on Sundays you can find me on Weave the Tale playing Neon Revolution, our Thirsty Sword Lesbians campaign. We are a little over half the season in, but having a lot of fun there. Lots of gay chaos, lots of gay kissing and pining. So if you like any of that, definitely check us out and check out the VODs on that. Monday nights, you can find me on Party Wipe Games playing Greetings from Republic City or Avatar Legends actual play. I play a Northern Water Tribe waterbender who participated in the Water Tribe Civil War, has feelings about that, and has since left for Republic City. We just finished up our Champions of the Fae game over on Black Feather Guild, but if you like Fae shenanigans and chaos, you should check out the VODs on that. It was a lot of fun. Every third Thursday, you can find me on Ballad of the Seven Dice playing The Timeless Journey, our Ryutama actual play. I play a young merchant just trying to find her place in the world, prove that she can do what her family normally does. The first Sundays of the month, except for July, it'll be July 17th. You can find me on Thorny Dryad's channel playing U-Force Inheritance, our Masks ongoing actual play, kind of Justice League style storytelling. I play a protege who carries far too much responsibility for the team. This week, starts on TTRPG, our Haunted West actual play. It'll be bi-weekly for 4 sessions, I think. This Friday evening is the premiere, and I'm playing a woman who is far too familiar with demons for her own good. So if you like supernatural and alternate history, Wild West, you should definitely check that out. And of course, if you like sci-fi or podcasts, or just Lancer in general, you can find me a Response Team Omnicron, a Lancer actual play podcast following a PR team who unexpectedly ends up on the front lines of a brewing conflict. We have sci-fi feels, narrative first met combat, and roleplay focused characters. We approach the system in a really unique way to make it compatible for audio format. We've been compared to as if Battlestar Galactica had its own red versus blue. We're very close to 3,000 downloads, which is really exciting in our first 8 months. So come and see what all the talk is about. You can find us anywhere you normally get your podcasts and on Twitter at RT Omnicron. But I have a lot of projects as well that haven't been announced yet. So the best place to see where and when I'm streaming is on Twitter. So give me a follow there.
Alrighty. And I just want to shout out Hoop for stream managing all of this throughout the entire thing. Thank you so much. It is so much easier to focus on jamming and running the game when you're not also making sure the stream doesn't fall apart. So thank you so much for staying up with us. And yeah, I think that's it. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Stay safe and stick around for the raid. Uh, Bye.
Bye bye.